We are live.
Welcome to Chapter 2, Session 9 of our Legends of Generica GURPS campaign. I am Gigermann, today's
Hi,
GM.
Gigermann.
Sir Kendrick gets a disapproving look from the gods.
Bolt of lightning strikes him down.
All right, bookkeeping.
I have some bookkeeping, yes.
I'm going to start. We have loot from the mercs that you killed on the road. And if you are not using any of it yourselves, it is going to end up being sold for 1105 GURPS. So
that include the horse?
That does not include the horse, actually. I didn't think about the horse. Damn it.
Yeah, because there's a light war horse or something like that.
Now, were you guys going to keep that, or were you going to actually sell it?
That's true. One of the other PCs could theoretically upgrade their regular horse to a light war horse. Although I don't know if anybody other than me actually has the damned riding skill.
I have riding.
Now I'm trying to envision a dwarf on a proper human-sized war horse.
No, he's just on a pony. He's got a pony.
Yeah.
Dustin's read a book about reading or writing.
Well, did Dustin want me to modify any armor for him so that he could start wearing stuff?
So the loot that you have, you got 2 sets of most of everything here. Light mail, cheap, hauberk, which also covers the neck. So I guess that's the aventail as well. Also with padded cloth underneath it. 3 medium shields, large knives.
Dink.
Light plate pot helms with padding, 4 spears, and 1 thrusting broadsword. So, if anybody intends to keep anything in particular, say so now. Otherwise, I'll just have the fundage added to the party sheet.
I don't know why we'd keep that. That stuff's kind of garbage, and we'd probably want to get real.
You guys have gotten some money lately, and you can probably afford, at least with that, to get some proper armor for yourselves if you actually wanted any of that.
Proper.
Just for my own personal edification, because I haven't looked at it before and I'm slacking. Does armor affect casting in any way?
No.
Nope.
Cool. Okay.
And with my armory skill, I can modify the armor to fit you.
Yeah, but this stuff's cheap. That means it's the DR is reduced by 1, so you'd be better off getting better, actual the same thing in town, but not cheap.
Why don't we go ahead and just sell?
Yeah, exactly. We sell all that stuff, and if nobody has any need for the horse, we could just sell it too, because I'm not going to have another combat war horse. Magnus would eat him.
All right. Well, what I have done is put the 1105 GURPS on the party sheet. If you guys just want to split that, we can go ahead and run the splitter. Otherwise,
I think that'll also split the Hero Guild's coins.
Yeah, that's true. Never mind, I won't touch it.
Well,
200.
Leave it there.
You know what? Just take the guild coins off, split it, and add them back in. It's just 16. It's not a hard number to remember.
Well, that's
or just
true.
everybody gets
Not
221 GURPS each.
Or that.
And bing. Money has been split. So, that means you all will have some GURPS on your sheet, and you can turn those into coinage as you please.
Just noticed I need to get rid of one of the dollar signs on my it would have calculated that correctly.
I noticed that.
Why didn't you fix it?
Well, I thought maybe you had done that on purpose for some reason. All right, next item. So enough time has passed. Now everybody has gotten one on the job point for study. So,
Yep.
As I have said before, that can be spent on any skills or traits relating to your job, your regular day job. And to that end, I wanted to point out that Dustin could, for example, use that for rank. Which, if I'm not mistaken, may allow him to actually go up to level 2 instead of just 1.
I don't believe so. I only have, because last session I also dumped all the extra skill points into various skills beyond the rank up. So I only have 1 point spare, and then the one from the on the job.
Well, you could always take one of those back if you wanted to, but now's the time to do it if you're gonna.
I will. Yes, I will drop a.
Are you going to use some spells other than the 2 you've used?
Yeah, eventually maybe. I'll drop a point from Fluid Jet.
Okay. All right, so that means that you are officially going to rank 2 in the Wizards Guild, which means that you will actually be assigned as an apprentice to a master, which we will get to in a bit.
No, he's too old for the training.
There is much fear in him, and he has much to learn about the living force. All right. Any other bookkeepings to sort out before we start?
I've got a bunch of bookkeeping.
Hit me.
I would like to purchase some enchantments for my weapon.
I forgot to look that up to see if you needed to...
Dungeon Fantasy 1.
Well, the question I have is whether or not you can add an enchantment to an existing weapon, or if you need to create it with the enchantment.
I don't know if it's different in Dungeon Fantasy, but under normal GURPS rules, you can just add the enchantments.
Can you?
Yep.
I'm going to assume that still applies then. What were you thinking of?
Well, I found a good
Just so I
website.
know.
It's enchantment costs GURPS wiki, so I'm looking at the different spells.
No, you want to look at Dungeon Fantasy 1, page 30. That tells you how much it'll cost.
Yeah, Dungeon Fantasies makes it a lot easier.
While we're talking about purchases, what in terms of guild coins, what would the cost be of something like a medium binding but fine, along with a mail collar fine as well, in terms of guild coins?
I take that to mean you're thinking of buying it outright.
Yes.
Have you looked at the weight of that?
I do see that it is many.
So you might want to check on that first.
Yeah, I can only take up to that much. That would dump me quite extensively. Okay. Then I shall.
Yeah, I was thinking in your case, probably one of the best things you could do is get a fine mail shirt of some kind.
Add light into it.
Which
and
were you
potentially add
saying?
light into it.
Dungeon Fantasy, which one?
1. Dungeon Fantasy 1 Adventures, page 30. Do you not have it?
No, I don't.
Okay, hold on. That's what I can do. I can go. Hold on.
Yeah. Anyway, you can check that out later. Yeah, so if Dustin's looking for armor, that's probably where I would start, is the fine mail shirt, because so far you haven't been hit. And
that is true.
And if you keep that strategy going, you may not need the armor so much. But fine mail is good for concealability as well, if I'm not mistaken. So might be a good way to go.
So, Paul, I just posted something in Discord.
Okay.
It's basically the table. Right. So, time you spent. I am spending that point in administration because, stands to reason. Per discussion offline, he is spending the 2 character points he had on the hands-free writing technique, which he should have had already.
Right.
Also, I am spending 4 guild coins per discussion to purchase a pack horse. I have the stats as necessary, but I don't think it's really going to be needed. It's literally just there to carry extra stuff.
Yeah.
The pack horse was necessary because Kendrick kind of screwed up, and he purchased Scale Barding from Dungeon Fantasy 16, page 19 actually. Which, DR3 basically covers all the locations with. He purchased that with some of his winnings, and to his surprise, Magnus loves this crap. And Magnus is like really, really irritating now. Regardless of where they're going, he expects the armor.
Right.
And he will like sit there and not go anywhere without the stupid armor. Even if it's just like, hey, I'm just riding to the frickin' the Heroes Guild. It's like right down the road.
He just loves that chink chink noise as he trots.
He loves that. That's exactly what it is. It's the chink chink noise, and while he's trotting, and it's like, stop it, please stop it. So,
all right. Anybody else?
So, per Dungeon Fantasy, primary skill for clerics is esoteric medicine.
Really? That's interesting.
Yeah, I have a vague memory of that. Now, esoteric medicine, if I'm not mistaken, replaces pharmacy. Yeah, so I don't think you need both. If you have pharmacy, then you can just swap it or ignore it. I don't care.
Okay, because I have pharmacy. I was just making sure that, one or the other.
Yeah, I don't know why they felt the need to split that into two separate. Well, I mean, it makes sense in a modern setting to have esoteric medicine as a separate skill. But really, it's just TL3 pharmacy. Anybody else? That's just about everybody except for Laodin, who's probably not doing anything.
I just had a look at the time use sheet, and my distribution of points is not enough to bring it over the mark.
All right, then. Once upon a time in the land of Clichea, in the kingdom of Generica, in the 12th year of King John the 17th, over a month since returning from Commercia, having freed Lord Bannerhall's spymaster, the company of the Bere are at the Heroes Guild Tavern, having a pint. Now,
I mean, outside of her favor, have you had her favor there, Kenrick, yet?
You will desist with this line of conversation.
Here, have a small amount of ketchup.
I don't believe we're in a tavern because I don't see a picture of it.
I know, right?
I decided to save that until I get past the ketchup part. So ketchup first, then picture.
But I don't like ketchup.
Ketchup?
What
really?
mustard?
After graduation, Dustin is now authorized to wear the white on brown mantle of the guild. He is
I'm
now
gonna write that everywhere.
And I have to rewrite this on the fly because it changed. So now he is a full apprentice. He has been apprenticed to. Oh, hold on.
That means he's got the grade.
FYI, that's the Wizard's Cross for the guild. So basically, you're wearing a brown cloak cape thing that has that symbol in white on the shoulder.
Sweet. And
that is for the apprentice. The apprentices wear the brown. I think knights wear blue or something like that. You have been officially apprenticed to Magister Codex, the keeper of records at the Spire.
Those eyebrows.
AKA the Wizards Guild librarian. And you expect that to be horribly, horribly boring. In the meantime,
holy cow!
Your buddy Harrican has been apprenticed to Magister Quasar, who expects a great destiny for him, and your other buddy Ronald Bigglestone has been apprenticed to none other than Magister Arate, and expects to be doing a lot of swamp running somewhere in the far reaches of the Imperium.
He's going to have to strap a green goblin to his back and do swamp running.
In the meantime, so you guys were informed of the name of the magpie being Harmon of Grudgehold. I wanted to check to see if you guys had actually attempted to track that down at all.
I remember I was going to talk to the spy master dude.
Right. So what you will learn from there is that Harmon of Grudgehold, what was it? I don't think it was 10 years ago. Let me consult my notes. That was 6 years ago. So 6 years ago, he was kicked out of the Heroes Guild, and just between you, me, and the woodwork, he says there was an incident where a criminal had taken sanctuary at the guild, and Harmon decided to kill him on the premises because he was a really bad person.
I take it no business should be conducted on Adventurers Guild grounds.
Exactly. So he was banished from the guild. And apparently didn't take it all that well.
Yeah, well, we're also going to need to send word to the other dude, the King Spy Master guy.
You can.
If Jocko doesn't, I am. Even if Jocko doesn't, I am. Because, law and all that.
Well, okay, so
at least he has a name.
The information that you want to pass on is the fact that the magpie is that guy, and he's been responsible for a bunch of crap going on.
Yes. Because we'd already talked to him about the magpie, I'm fairly certain.
Yeah, I thought you did too. Well, if you ask Jocko whether or not he will pass that on, he will tell you that he shall. Otherwise, you can pass it on yourself. And so...
there are questions to you in the thing.
Right. Okay, I'll answer. So you have 15K?
He's got like
18,000.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, remember, I would have had 20 if I hadn't given half of it to, was it Grave Warden?
Graveward, yeah.
Graveward, yeah.
Captain Button also asks, do we have competition? Is there an anti-heroes guild?
There's not an anti-heroes guild
There's
per
a
se,
Mercenaries guild, though.
but there is a Mercenaries guild, and they're basically the evil opposite of the heroes guild.
So they're the anti-heroes guild.
So they're kind of the anti-heroes guild. If there was one, that would be it. To answer the question, yes, I can't think of a good reason why you couldn't, and you've had over a month to take care of that, so...
Excellent. I will spend the money then and start adding the stuff to my weapon.
And you probably just got it back. All right. At the Hall
There's
of
also
Heroes.
another question from Ethan.
Damn it.
What is he
Well, I
looking at
missed
in
that
terms
one.
of guild coins cost for a set of fine mail enchanted with light? Probably need to figure out how much that's going to cost first.
Yeah. Let me know how much that actually costs, and I'll tell you how many guild coins you can probably... But,
Gotcha.
What is it, just mail? Mail fine?
The mail
Yeah,
fine
mail
is
fine.
900, and then Lighten looks to be 100 according to Dungeon Fantasy 1, and then whatever the cost factor is for fine, yeah.
Oh, so actual fine
actual
mail.
fine
Yeah,
mail.
fine mail, yeah.
Is it double?
I don't know. Hold on. So are you looking at a full suit, or are you looking at just like the shirt, the
I was
torso?
thinking just the shirt.
So just the torso, which is that is, where's torso on there? Okay, that's 900.
Fine is 9 times. Where's those?
Is it?
9. Yeah, cost modifier. Or, yeah. Yes. Plus 9 cost. Well, I think the way it's
basically it
plus
comes
9
out to
or
10
4
times. The total would end up being 10 times the normal cost.
Oh.
So add a 0.
And that would be, assuming the Lighten comes after that, then it would be 9100.
No, yeah, well, yeah, that depends. Yeah,
Is that just for the torso?
That's just for the torso.
So 900 for the torso. Yeah, so 9,100, I guess, would be correct. So that would mean it will take several.
I have 9 at the moment.
I don't think you're going to have 9 here very long.
No, I don't believe so.
Yeah, I think it's going to exceed that to get something quite that good made.
Okay.
Now, if you drop the fine on it, you could probably get it with 2.
Yeah, maybe I'll do maybe like a fortified lightened. That would be 150 plus 9. That'd be 1050.
Now, I know, depending on which book you're looking at, that you can actually get armor with additional DR without enchanting it, but I think that's 50% extra.
There was a thing in low tech that mentioned it, but it was primarily in reference to like plate armor. You essentially add more plates.
That may be true. Okay. Well, are you intending on doing that right now?
If I could get a fortified lightened and then the fine mail for, that would amount to 1050, and then whatever the cost in guild coins, yes, I would do that.
You probably have started that, or got that started at the beginning. So you're just getting that back.
Okay. Let's call that 1 for the mail and 1 each for the enchantments.
Okay.
So 3.
Now I'm wondering if I should take my money back from the armor that I got for Magnus. Spend coins for it.
So I can spend guild coin for a permanent set of new armor?
Yeah, I'm not going to do that.
Well, you can't do that. You got signature gear.
You have signature gear armor?
Reference.
Yeah, his armor was signature gear. He got that from his the abbot.
Well, you can get it. You can get it tweaked out.
Well, I mean, tweaking it might be that thing.
Yeah, like Fortify is I think 100. Lighten is 100. Fortify 1. Lighten 1.
Fortify 1 is 50.
Really? Right.
Yep.
So what is Fortify and Lighten?
Plus 1
coins?
DR.
Right. No, I see that. I was just wondering
okay.
what would be the.
That's what you that's what he had for dude.
All right, so 2 guild coins.
1 per spell.
Ka-ching.
And I've already done that to all my armor. So.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew that Kenrick already had done that stuff.
I did it to freaking Magnus's armor.
Kenrick, could you please link your armor in chat? I just want to see the jibbly bits in terms of like the subtype and cost and DBDR locations, how to quantify all those within Fantasy Grounds.
Maybe I can do that. Let's see. I don't know if anybody can see that.
I can't create that window. Yep. Yes. Okay, that works.
Okay, I had to share it. I'm like, oh yeah, I can share it too.
I guess I didn't realize you could do that.
Hey, I just learned something. I forgot Fortify.
All right. Well, while you're doing some math, we'll get back to the actual game. Right. At the Hall of Heroes.
Aquaman's making a sandwich.
In the Heroes Guild Tavern. Burley is delivering drinks again, and Patron Zealous is also with you at the moment. Burley slides over what appears to be some kind of meat pie, which is clearly burned on one half. Before anyone can ask what befell the pie, he exclaims, "Behold, I call this the Murdoch." Tasting it will reveal that the usual meat pie ingredients appear to be spiked with what Burley will reveal to be a Highland aquavite they call whiskey.
Yeah, that tastes good.
Patron Zealous, who is there as well, has been talking about rumors he's heard from quote-unquote reliable sources about the new queen whispering into the king's ear, trying to get him to drop support for the Heroes Guild for reasons nobody can even fathom at the moment.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. I'm totally thinking we helped them out.
As you are doing what you're doing, another fellow enters that you recognize. It is Aiden the Heel Sick. For the noobs here, he was the group's chaperone during the first campaign. He shows up, he greets everybody, asks to join the table. After a bit of small talk, he informs you that he has a task. Some of you may have heard of Brother Tonik Waters, famous monastic and alchemist, inventor, scholar. Happens to be a mentor of mine from his days here in the capital. He accepted a position at Cloister Abbey in Parochia a year or two ago. We've been corresponding regularly ever since, but the letters had recently stopped coming. I was a little worried, so I wrote the abbot, and he told me Tonik had recently gone missing.
Hey, yeah, bad.
His last letters had taken a bit of a dark tone, and I fear the worst. I'm going to the Abbey to go find him, and I could use some backup. Maybe a job for some public champions. You guys keen on earning a coin?
Certainly.
Wealth unimaginable, possibly?
Leo just nods.
For the record, Makeu has heard of Brother Tonik Waters. He is very much a Roger Bacon type, alchemy inventor type. There's a likelihood Dustin has probably heard of him as well. Patron Zillus says, yeah, I know. I've heard of Brother Tonik and Cloister Abbey. I've been there once or twice myself, back when I was with the Crusaders. Beautiful. Lots of stairs. And then he grimaces and takes a big drink. And before you take off, Burley says, "Hey, you want some Burleys for the road?"
Sure. Wait, Burleys. What are Burleys?
That road food he invented.
Oh, right.
Slices
sandwiches.
of bread.
So yeah, standard thing, I guess. How far away
Let me
is this place?
see. Bing, bang, bang. And there. All right. So, Cloister Abbey is way back east in the woodlands.
Ah, good.
There are a couple of paths I pointed out. The white pins are basically the direct route, which is going to be slightly faster. You could also go through Stagwood Castle, stay the night there, and then go that way. It'll result in some long rides, but you can stay at home.
Well, that's going to be my suggestion.
As you guys discuss that sort of thing, Aiden will say, given his worry about the situation, he'd probably prefer to take the shortest route possible, but he can be talked out of it. The hell are you guys talking about anyway?
What to name my axe, since it's now basically a signature magical item.
Caddy face.
It was already.
I can.
It was already signature gear.
Choppy McJefferson.
Yeah, I know. It was signature. Now it's even more magical. So it's got to have a name now.
You should crowdsource your axe name to the internet.
Yes,
because that's going to work.
Yes. What could go
Internet
wrong?
That
decides.
never goes wrong.
Well, some of those actually Gut Render, the Sundering are from that Battle Axe name generator.
You know, it's like a person trying to pick their own call sign.
Pretty much exactly that, yeah. Anyway, so basically either direction to go is going to be probably about 3 days.
Yeah, well, I would prefer to go through the key or the home, basically, but I can also be talked out of it. But I
doesn't sound like anyone's talking you out of it.
Yep. Hold on. I will attempt. I think we should go that way. Also, that's totally doing my doohickey thing that for the prep point thing.
Oh. Are you getting ahead of yourself?
I am.
Well, you guys may as well start figuring out how you're going to contribute to the planning.
I did.
Oh, while I'm thinking of that, I have decided. Holy God. I saw a lot of low numbers. I have decided that Dustin will be allowed to keep his plot point that Magister Mentor gave him last time since he didn't use it.
Lame.
Thank you.
It'll just apply later, obviously. And also, I wanted to... Well, let's get the skill rolls out of the way first. All right, so we got Nav on there. That one's good. We got 8 up at this point. Haha.
Leadership. Yep, we're 8 up. All sorts of 8 up. So I guess Dustin probably needs weather sense or research. Wait, research gets you the library bonus, right?
Research gets the library bonus.
Do I have more access to the library because I'm working with the librarian now?
If you are using the Wizards Guild library, it's a +2.
Hey.
Holy God.
Okay.
I'm going to be like that today.
Well rolled, sir. Well rolled indeed.
Let's see if Getwell can roll an 8.
I'm making sure that all our healing supplies and stuff is ready to go.
Somebody needs
Damn it, you didn't roll an 8.
You ruined it.
You failed. You have failed this party.
There. See, there it is.
Too late now.
Smithing to make sure all the horses' shoes are good to go. Is that good again?
Yeah. Yeah, somebody needs packing. That was a crappy roll.
That was a crappy roll.
He's too big. Yeah, he's like too busy going, oh, look at my axe. It's so pretty.
He was kind of preoccupied. So what's that give us here? 8, 15, 19 minus 4, 15. I really need to set a cap on that.
No, you don't.
All right. So that means you are going to have a total of 6, I think. I think for future reference, in the event that I remember it, I'll probably cap it at 5. But you got what you got for now. All right, so you guys taking the better part of the day here to get sorted. Aiden says he will meet you guys in the morning. Meanwhile, as you are going about your business during the day, you will occasionally pass through the low market, where you will hear the town crier doing his thing. Today it is Jack the Tenacious. And he will announce, raiding season is upon us. 3 weeks ago, a monastery in the North Highlands was attacked, and now a village also. Travelers heading north should exercise caution. Bring wine for bribes and disguise your women. Or disguise your wine and offer your women, whichever you hold more dearly. I added that last part. News from the Holy City. Archvicar Dewick of Angers is now the latest tyrant to join the conclave, and the 4th Antagonese member currently seated, increasing their influence with His Holiness. To all members of civilized Capitoline society, let this be known. A ball and masquerade will be held during the Mid-Harvest Festival after the annual city fair a month from hence. Rumors that the annual practice has been canceled are entirely false. Rumors that the Bard of Bards will be performing at said ball, however, remain unconfirmed. And now, a musical tribute to the greatest bard in the world, which I composed just 5 minutes ago. And he goes into a tune, including things like, he once had an awkward moment just to see what it felt like. And if he mispronounces your name, you are compelled to pronounce it the same way. And he once besieged a castle by himself with nothing but a harp until they surrendered. So, when are you guys going to meet and where?
Oh, dark 30 in the morning.
The peaking of the sun.
I'm late.
Of course you are.
He had to go fetch wagon. Oh, by the way, so you guys got to settle up?
No, I had he said, "Oh, dark 30." I was like,
well,
sun's not even awake. This is rude.
Toward the end of the day before you guys meet up, you guys will settle up with your respective homes. Dustin goes to the spire and informs Magister Codex of his trip to the Abbey, at which point Magister Codex says, I was going to have you do this here, but... And he hands Dustin a smallish pile of books, saying these are recently delivered copies of the original works. And I need you to examine these copies thoroughly against the originals for copy errors and check them for damage and poor quality. You should be able to finish those by the time you get back, I think.
Yes, Master Codex. Magister.
Sir Kenrick informs the house staff that he'll be out for a bit and is himself informed that news had just arrived at the Stagwood house that Fauna Stagwood, that being the Duke's second daughter, who is currently 18, is to be married.
Oh, okay. Who's she supposed to get married to?
It was not in the
GM hasn't. The GM hasn't determined that.
Some uninteresting noble.
Well, then it's a good thing we're going to be going through to the castle. I have to offer her my congratulations.
Or condolences.
I'm not going to think of it like that.
Well, she probably didn't have any say in it.
She might have.
Laodin tells the Rentleys that he will be out for a bit. Makyu informs Grace that he'll be out for a bit. I presume Makyu will be taking wagon this time. Did he butter? Yep. Okay. And Murdoch informs the guild master and his landlord that he will also be gone for about a week. And I believe that is all the prep. So you guys are going to meet up at the guild at the raising of the sun and head off. Question mark.
That sounds right.
All right.
Murdoch's going to be showing off this nice axe hammer combo. Hey, look at Brotner. Oh,
he's definitely
beautiful.
Did you say bratwurst?
Brotner.
Bratwurst.
Not bratwurst, Brotner.
For the record,
awesome bratwurst.
It looks exactly the same.
Well, it might not. It might look a little brighter, a little shinier.
So
but
we
mostly
polished
it
it.
looks the same.
A legendary weapon needs a legendary name, and bratwurst is very fitting.
Indeed.
Ah, you guys are idiots. It's Brotner.
That's what we said, bratwurst.
You said bratwurst.
It's totally due to his half his face being melted. So he's pronouncing it correctly.
Fine,
to him.
fine. I'll call it Skull Splitter instead.
Skull Spitter?
You're just gonna diss works and rename it like that? Come on, you're supposed to form attachments with these things.
Like it's skulls? Like
Aiden says, it's bad luck to change the name after it's been christened.
Exactly.
Actually, I do like Bratner, so
I think I like bratwurst too.
Yeah, bratwurst is pretty good.
Not bratwurst.
That's what we said. Must be a Dwarven thing.
Yeah, it must be.
All right, travel montage time. Need a hiking or riding roll. I guess everybody's going to be riding. So I need a riding roll from everybody. And this will be for the entirety. Getting off to a good start. Decided not to do the 8 this time.
And
once again, Get Well is out of uniform.
If we're just riding, does that warrant routine operation? The +4?
Not in this case. But it's not that important. So what we got here? We got 12. 14 minus 1 minus 8. 14 minus 8 is...
Mine's likely a failure because I have no idea what the default is.
I think it's like 3 or 4.
I was not doing plot points for that. That was just a general success. So, obviously, during the trip, Laodin and Dustin and Murdoch are going to be having a little bit of trouble. And probably Dustin, most of all, is going to be kind of sore. But you all managed to keep up the pace. I also need a roll from Dustin for impulsiveness at -4.
Ruh-roh. Wait, you're impulsive? You need to start being impulsive, damn it.
Yeah, I've been so fed up with trying to do curious that
that did not work right.
Yeah, I haven't made it into a roll yet.
You should load the skills module so we have all the skills in the abilities tab.
Did we not?
I'm not seeing any.
Just because you don't see them doesn't mean they're not there. I don't know if I actually pulled that stuff. I do not see it. Clearly, I haven't downloaded that.
Lame.
All right. So, also during the trip, Dustin is having some real problems forcing himself to read 2 books at the same time and compare the calligraphy of them both. And it only takes him minutes before his eyes start to glaze over. So, as I said, it's going to take about 3 days. And the day you set off, it's pretty much rains on and off all friggin' day.
Well, that's not going to help him doing the book comparison either.
No, it isn't. And maybe
there's
part of
no rain.
Shush. Imaginations.
Does anybody else see rain?
Imaginations. While you are headed out toward the king. No, wait.
We do realize if we were using Unity, you could actually have rain. Just saying.
Yeah, it wouldn't be right. Rain on the blue sky would be weird. So you guys are headed toward
refresh that image.
You guys are headed toward the King's Bridge.
Aw.
Yeah. You're so helpful. There's the rain. Weirdos.
You should turn off that ability before someone draws a penis.
Well, you could always just close the image so nobody sees it.
Why would you do that?
So during the trip, as you're headed through Midland out toward the Kingsbridge, Aiden has a talk about how you guys are kind of on a little mini pilgrimage.
Oh, so.
Well, you're headed out to going out through Parochia, through Proud Church. There's the big cathedral out there, and then the Abbey, Cloister Abbey out there, which is on it's on one of the northern routes to the generic holy site.
Oh.
So there's a lot of pilgrims go through there. And of course, Kenrick's fairly familiar with the Woodlands area, and he knows this, at least on the broad scale. And Aiden also wonders out loud whether or not they'll have an incident with the Laughing Bandit as they go through Kingswood. Apparently, he's under the impression he's a bad person. Yeah, actually, Parochia, which is the destination you're headed toward, is the domain of Lord Vicar Doven, who is the Duke's spymaster. So you're actually really familiar with him.
Well, I guess that's something.
You pass over Kingsbridge. Shall I remove a preparation point for all the tolls?
Yes, I don't want to pay any tolls.
Indeed.
Nobody wants to pay tolls. Who does? So
not the greedy dwarf.
You've been here before when you guys headed out into the Kingswood for the whole Chopwood thing. Next day, getting ahead of myself. Sorry.
Getting ahead of yourself.
You guys continue on cutting through the Kingswood briefly to enter Huntsley, and then on fairly late in the evening, you guys will arrive at. Damn it! My image got scrunched. You will arrive at Stagwood Castle, which you have also been to before.
Yeah, once or twice. Grew up here.
Kenrick has been here multiple times. Aiden has not been here, and he's very impressed. He has not been in the presence of Duke, and Sir Kenrick will spend some time here reacquainting with family, congratulating his cousin.
Yeah. Even if he sort of pretty much treats her like a sister.
Who can't decide if she's excited or utterly fearful. And whoever it is that she's marrying, it will be made known to you. Your end result will be that you don't know him. You may know him by name, but you don't know who the guy is.
As long as it wasn't Sir Robin.
It is not Sir Robin. That would be weird.
Brave Sir Robin.
As you guys...
Exactly.
Slight backtrack as you guys were cutting through the Kingswood every now and again. Damn it! It just reminded me I forgot a thing. Every now and again, Dustin will feel the occasional stirring of the key. And seeing as I didn't ask it earlier,
That was the one that was anti-Fey?
Yeah. So the question I meant to ask earlier during the prep phase was, A, is Dustin carrying the key with him all the time?
Apparently he is.
Yeah. I don't really see why people wouldn't.
Okay. B, is Dustin taking the mirror with him?
Oh yeah, always.
All right.
No, keep it in a satchel.
Now he should totally find out what the other PCs look like, since he knows what Murdoch looks like through the mirror.
Yeah, that's really weird. And C, is Murdoch carrying the sling?
Yes, he is. And he's having fun slinging the stone.
Still experimenting with it. He's getting to the point where he can actually hit things.
Yep.
Intentionally.
And
Did you
actually,
actually put a point in sling?
I did last game. Can I put another one in this time?
After the session.
That doesn't work.
Yes, I'm not impressed by your tears. All right, so you spend the night at Stagwood Castle. You are reasonably comfortable. And you get up in the morning to find that Sir Magnus has once again let all the horses out.
Which isn't a surprise. So we're going to be getting on the road a little bit later than normal because I have to help them get the horses back.
And after all the horses are back, I show up like, sorry, I'm late. I think I overslept.
That'd be about right.
Who let the horses out?
You really don't have to do that. And so you get on with it, and the day is cloudy, but not as rainy as it was yesterday. It's actually fairly, quote unquote, passable. And late in the day, you arrive through Parochia and arrive at Proudchurch, wherein there is the St. Gina's, Cathedral of St. Gina the Chaste, the second largest / grandest cathedral in Generica. Happens to also hold
feels really uncomfortable here.
Also happens to hold the Veil of St. Gina as their prize relic. And even though it's a little bit late, Aiden definitely wants to go in there and hopefully have a chance to bear witness to it.
So who is this saint?
St. Gina the Chaste.
What's she the saint of?
She is the patron of mothers and such. I'd have to look that up.
Because I believe Kenrick actually is kind of devout, but he's not very open about it. He's one of those the quiet devout types, so he would probably want to pay homage as well.
Patroness of ladies is what I have, but mothers as well, I think. She's basically the equivalent of St. Mary. So one of the better known, more popular. And this is a big time cathedral.
Saint Virtus or Saint Victus, but what are you going to do?
It could be forgiven if Sir Kenrick isn't as enthusiastic.
Well, he's still kind of devout. I mean, it's like the equivalent of frickin' Mary. Then that's pretty big on the list of saints.
Now, Sir Kenrick probably has been here before, probably more than once, growing up. I don't know about anybody else. I think Getwell would be the second most likely, and he hasn't traveled that much. So it is very impressive. Although this is the second biggest compared to the one or St. Proclus in the capital, which is slightly bigger and slightly grander. So it's not like you haven't seen a huge cathedral before.
Right. I'm remembering elements of the backstory. He actually doesn't particularly care for this place, Kenrick, because it's a blatant misuse of monies that could be spent in better ways as far as he's concerned.
And you know what? Getwell agrees with you.
And there might be the additional element of he knows Lord Vicar Doven pretty well, and he's not, the most likable person.
And the vicar's kind of a butt.
Actually, he's a tyrant, if I'm not mistaken, so it's effectively a cardinal.
Why the hell is he here? He should be like...
Well, he isn't here. He's if he's not at the if he's not in the Holy City, he's over at Stagwood Castle, probably. But he does travel around quite a bit. Let's see. So, you guys will stay overnight in Proud Church and continue on in the morning. And you will get back on the road and start heading up the mountains. It was already starting to get a little bit of altitude by the time you got to Proud Church, but now it's starting to really get vertical. But it's beautiful. There's a lot of mountains. And, oh, by the way, it started raining a lot again.
Isn't there something you can do there, Dustin?
No.
Like bend the water around us? I mean, poor Lady Wagon, she's getting soaked to the bone.
And I'm like, Kenrick is like, come on, Magnus. As he's refusing to go anywhere without the stupid armor, which is going to require me to spend more time making sure it doesn't rust.
So you guys ride probably half a day through the rain, and eventually you will see out ahead of you Mount Hermit and atop it Cloister Abbey, aka the St. Scriptus Abbey at Parochia.
That's a pretty cool picture, I must admit.
It is basically as you see it there. It is that little bitty fortified abbey thing at the top of this big freaking hill. Overlooks the town of what the hell was it? Pennywick. And surrounded by forest, etc. It is Sunday when you arrive, so you guys are arriving a little bit before noon. And you follow the road up the hill to the outer walls of the compound, at which a lay brother is waiting at the gate and directs you that way to the abbot, after which he rings a bell to announce your arrival. Stop it.
Oh no, it's the Burninator.
Those are not consummate bees.
That looks like a Pokemon.
Burninator, I choose you.
So you guys approach at some of the lower courtyards where there is farming going on by several monks here and there. These are monasticans, so they have the tonsure and wear brown or black. I guess they'd be wearing black. And an old guy, one of them approaches and exclaims, "You must be Brother Aiden. Welcome, welcome. And friends, also welcome. I am Abbot Venerus." And Aiden will exchange back and forth with him some pleasantries. As they're sort of getting sorted, the abbot takes notice of Sir Kenrick and says, "Are you familiar to me, Sir Knight?"
Well, I made the high society check by 0 to make sure ideally I don't screw it up. I think that's right. Isn't it high society, or do they have religion?
I believe that would be religious, but high society.
I don't see religious as an option. All the savoir fairs I see are dojo, high society, mafia, magical, military, police, and servant.
I believe there's like clerical or something like that.
High society will probably work here to some degree.
Well, mostly I want to make sure.
Not that you're trying to do anything in specific.
No, I want to make sure I use stuff for the proper form of address and such like that.
Right, which you encounter enough to know.
I'm not sure what an abbot is.
As shown.
Your Excellency?
Oh, crap. Now that you mention it.
That's right. I'm going to derail.
I don't think it would be.
If it is, I have it here. Yeah, so an abbot isn't necessarily a priest. If he's a priest, then he'll be addressed as patron, as normal. Otherwise, he's just brother.
Let's see. Well, if you're using it, Reverend Father or Father.
Well, patron is the equivalent of father here.
Reverend Patron.
And he is definitely ordained.
I'm Sir Kenrick Wood. I believe we've met at least one in the past.
At Stagwood Castle, perhaps.
Yes, the Duke, my uncle.
Indeed. Well, your uncle is very welcome here. You're just in time. We won't be starting mass for another hour or so. We're having the pilgrims' quarters prepared for you. There are no other guests currently. There's a lull in traffic in this season. So,
what was the abbot's name?
Venerus. So he will.
With a V.
Venerus, yes, V. He will offer to show you around and start the tour. And as you start to go up, you see that Patron Zealous was not using hyperbole when he said there are a lot of stairs. There are a lot of freaking stairs. As you are
looking at the mirror, everyone we meet, look at them with the mirror.
That's going to get tedious.
Suspicious.
Especially if we start murdering them straight away.
As you guys are going up the many stairs.
Dustin is impulsive.
As you guys are going up the many stairs toward the main complex, Murdoch is able to take in some of the rather grand stonework having been done here. It's pretty impressive. While the abbot continues, says, we do much of the work of sustaining the abbey in the lower sections, but the dormitory and chapels are all upstairs. The work done here is centuries old. Amazing craftsmanship. Of course, it requires occasional maintenance. And you'll point out that there's a monk up there on a saddle, chipping away at stone, cleaning up something, then exchange waves or whatever. You continue on up the stairs through the cloister, and you notice an almost elf-like peaceful atmosphere in the center. A lot of rare plants, great care taken. As he continues to speak, says, we have 25 monks and lay brothers here, all observe vows of obedience, poverty, chastity, living in service to the gods. But none so famous as Brother Tonik, of course. He's been a true asset to us here, not just for his medical and natural knowledge. You continue on through, and he points out the scriptorium, where a number of monks are busy at work copying books and illustrating and illuminating, and you can see beyond a rather extensive library. Yeah, I know it's a really big image. I really should have shrunk it down. And the library beyond is really impressive. And says they have quite a lot of very rare books. And continued, Brother Tonik has been committing his extensive knowledge of alchemy to a book over several volumes, we expect. But he's made less progress lately due to other distractions.
What sort of distractions? If you don't mind me asking.
As you continue on, he shows you the lab, and of course the lab is full of alchemical solutions, herbs of every kind and concoction ever thought up, carefully collected and organized. Just makes you's eyes melt.
So that's actually a question. Is herbology or alchemy the thing of the day?
Yes, they're different.
Yes, they are different. They're just okay.
Yeah, so they're both applicable.
But are these
in different ways? Although I suspect there are a lot of overlaps. So there's a bit of both here. This lab is definitely covered both. And he continues, the forest people requested Brother Tonik to help with herbal remedies and the like around 6 months ago. We agreed, and he'd been traveling back and forth to the Dodgelaw since then. But now he hasn't been heard from in a month or so, and none of them seem to know where he went.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Haven't they looked for him?
We've sent people out. They've sent people out. Nobody's seen him, and nobody seems to know what happened. You guys continue up the stairs as he talks, and he points out the tomb of Rufus Stagwood, 2nd Duke of the Woodlands.
Oh,
he says, I believe this is a relative of yours. He commissioned this abbey to be built as a penance for something or other.
Let's see. Let's see. A record is what?
This guy, okay. Duke Ricard.
Duke of the
Woodlands. He's the 6th Duke.
So this guy is not as far back as I would have thought.
He's quite a ways back. He's like a great grand uncle thing.
But it's only like 4 dukes back from the current one.
Well, that's 4 generations, so that's quite a lot of greats.
Still. Yes, he had issues with. I have to give Getwell a disapproving look just on general giggles, because it's like he was very lustful.
Indeed.
What is it? Go forth and be fruitful?
He was overly fruitful.
Be excellent
So
to everyone.
He was blessed?
As you guys are continuing, the abbot continues. The forest people in Dodgelaw are somewhat xenophobic of late, since His Grace the Archvicar began sending armed men to drive them out, a practice which we here implored him to cease to no avail, even after bringing the matter before the pontiff himself.
Great, we're gonna have to deal with him.
And you arrive at the church where the tour ends, but the conversation continues. So apparently the deal is they attempted to contact His Holiness to get him to stop the harassment of the communities in the forest, and the pontiff declined to even take up the case. So they went instead to the secular authority, that being the Duke, and he actually ordered the Lord Vicar to knock it off, both of which were a surprise.
Why is it a surprise that he said knock it off?
Because they're criminals, effectively.
Who, the locals? The forest people?
Yeah. And they're basically squatting on the land.
Oh. Huh. That is kind of odd.
So, the abbot will admit that he's been a little bit worried of Brother Tonik of late. He's been less enthusiastic. Ever since they started, he's started out going into the Dodgelaw.
Great. They're totally going to have to give everybody a look, because he totally ran into that dude who promised him great wealth or fame or whatever
exactly
it is.
Like, so,
Yep.
Great wealth and fame unimaginable.
And the abbot, seeing all of you in your armor and such, cautions against sending militants out there to talk to the forest people, seeing as their recent experience with the Archvicar and his men, they may not appreciate it.
I think Gitwell can get us past them.
Aiden will speak up and say that, well, that is true, but we will get past that.
Yeah, Gitwell will be fine. He'll be able to talk him down.
That's what I do.
And
One
with
hopes.
that, he says, so we have quarters prepared for you in the Pilgrim's dormitory. Brother Normus will show you to your room. Otherwise, you're welcome to join us for Mass later, and dinner at Vespers. Whenever it is, I can't remember.
How long away or how far away is Mass?
Oh, an hour, maybe.
Because, yeah, Kenrick going to have to retrace his steps to the stables and, deal with the barding, because
That's going to be a long way down.
Yeah, well.
Actually, the abbot will, if you mention that, the abbot will say, we'll send a guy down there to take care of that. That's a
terrible idea, patron. Magnus is very
loyal,
grouchy.
By the way, Brother Normus, who is showing you to the pilgrim's quarters so you can drop off your stuff, is probably the biggest monk you've ever seen, and not fat either. His muscles probably have muscles.
That seems weird.
He's very friendly, though.
Well, I'm going to leave it to get well to probably get the dude's life story. I got a lot of stairs to walk down to take the stupid armor with.
All right, so 2 questions, or really one question that leads into another. What are you going to do first?
Probably secure our rooms and
aside from that, I mean, mission wise, what are you going to do first?
It occurs to me that both Dustin and Getwell might have the appropriate skills to look through dude's lab areas, see if there's anything that stands out as, oh, that's pure concentrated evil in a bottle.
Or where he might have gone if he left notes or looking for a particular ingredient that is missing.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. And see if that book that they had mentioned is actually present, that he was writing. Probably not. He probably took that with him. But I Getwell has. Don't you have alchemy?
I have herbology.
Somebody did.
Herb lore, which is basically the same.
Does Dustin have alchemy?
Yes, actually, I had 12.
All right, so that the two of you sort of put your heads together as you're looking through that stuff, because it's, I think the other 3 of us are like, I don't know what that crap means. It's some sort of blue fluid.
So if you bring up looking over the lab, he will, or Brother Normus will say, I'll go back and find out, and then he'll return later and let you know that after dinner, we'll have somebody escort you through the lab and wherever else you decide you need to look.
Can probably also try and get well loose on the. No, wait. He said they. Did you say something about vows of silence? I remember chastity.
I did not say silence.
Okay, good.
Some of them are observing silence. Obviously, Brother Normus is not one of them. In fact, he won't shut up.
Wow, it's like a really large version of Getwell.
What is? It's like, well, you're very healthy.
Every day is leg day here.
Yeah, yep.
So if you guys are going to be searching here tonight, are you going out to the forest tomorrow, or do you have a plan there?
Well, if it's late, no, it would make sense to go. You don't want to go wandering around in a forest at the dark.
With that said, Leo will probably go wandering around the forest in the dark.
And that's the last we ever saw of Leo. But as for Kenrick, he's going to deal with the horse. Then he would definitely like to attend a proper mass and get something to eat. And then plan on going into... So there's a town here, yes?
There is a town a little bit away, a couple of miles. Obviously down the hill.
And that's presumably where Dude went.
Nobody said anything about that.
Yeah, so gonna have to definitely poke around here, see if we can find some clues about where the dude went. Then maybe we'll get lucky and be able to talk to the What did we call them? Forest people? Dodgelaw. What's Dodgelaw? That's the town?
No, Dodgelaw is the forest.
What's the town called?
Pennywick.
Yeah, so, and the dude said that he had been going into the forest.
Right. So he's basically been living there off and on in within the forest community. Like I said, doing medical work and ministering spiritually, etc.
So it'd definitely be something to talk to the forest people about. Have you seen this man?
God, dealing with more bandits.
They're not
You
bandits.
have a very low opinion of them.
They're just people like you, like other people just trying to get by.
They're just legally challenged, that's all.
Legally challenged.
Yeah, so you casters, do some stuff. Figure some stuff out.
Let's make the rounds then. So we will start with Leodin. What? Ah, damn it, I closed that stupid table.
You're not supposed to close it, dude.
Yeah, but I do it all the damn time.
You should stop.
So between now and the morning, how is Leodin going to be contributing to the mission?
Well, if the if people are looking through the lab, Leo will sort of start there and be looking around, but he doesn't know what he's looking for. So he will eventually say, I'm going to go and check the grounds and have a look around. I should be back before the dark.
Right. Okay.
And then Leo will just go a wander around and see what there is to see. He will, given that the woods could be potentially dangerous, he will be more stealthy than he would usually be.
As Leodin is patrolling the grounds effectively, one of the things that's really going to strike him here is there aren't that many people here to cover this entire complex, and everybody's so quiet, and they mind their own business, and they go over there and they pray, and then they go over there and they farm, and it's glorious.
Oh, right. He's a loner. Meanwhile, if you looked at Getwell, he's like looking around, waiting, about almost freaking out because it's so quiet.
It's like so
Next.
So boring.
Dustin. So Dustin is going to be looking over the lab.
That is correct.
And the scriptorium, I presume. Is he going to be working on his Wizard Guild work as well?
Yeah. It's my first job from my new master or pseudo first job, so probably should try to do it right.
Okay, and you were going to do that with Getwell?
Not the copy work, no, but the lab examination.
Well, yeah,
as far as I know,
stuff.
yes, that was going to be with Getwell.
Then I'll just I'll defer that. So, what is Getwell doing other than the lab?
Probably just asking around some of the other brothers if he talked about where he went and where what he was working on.
Social engineering.
Yes, sir.
All right. So basically, the two of you are going to be kind of together through a big part of this, and you'll go Brother Rogus will escort you to the lab and let you in there and show you. Well, this is where he was working and all that, and you do see evidence of little fire, other look like small bits of damage. Basically, looks like probably the results of some experiments that may not have been 100% correct. You will also notice that you would have expected to see a lot of notes and papers and that sort of thing around here, but you really don't see much. There are some bits of burned papers in a bin, but that's really about it. And as you talk to Rogus, he will tell you that he collected a lot of his papers and took them with him for some reason. He will also show the two of you to Brother Tonik's room, which is very Spartan, and clearly he hasn't been in there in quite a while. But it looks like well settled, at least. And as you are talking to the other monks here and there, you will hear that there has been somewhat of a difference of opinion with the abbot between he and Brother Tonik with regard to some of his experimental dabblings.
Anything in particular?
Just little things like stop blowing things up, that kind of stuff. And of course, over time, Brother Tonik had insisted more on special treatment. He wanted to be treated like a celebrity. And here we are all equals, quote unquote.
As it should be. Has he been known to take, be gone from the Abbey for long durations like this?
Well, not before the forest community requested him, but after that, he spent a lot of time out there. In fact, he was out there more than he was here.
Right.
There's kind of rumors going around that maybe the abbot sort of got him out of the house.
Is there anything in his room or lab that he's left behind that seem unlikely to have been left behind?
All right. I will allow you and Dustin to make some kind of search-related perception-ish roll to see what kind of clues you might pick. I haven't got to you yet, unless you were planning on joining them.
Well, I was.
No, because I don't want him anywhere near any of this stuff that he's going to nick. So he can just leave. Little thief.
Would scrounging work?
And Leo give an assist.
Oh, sorry. Accidentally clicked. I will not do.
Can Leo give an assist since he started out there helping search for stuff before he decided that he was useless?
Not in this case, no. This is a skill thing. I was expecting like a perception-based alchemy or something like that. I should have been.
Well, I could do that too.
Yep, I'll do that.
Or whichever skill you think is more appropriate.
Nope.
All right. So having gone through all his stuff here, you find that he's mostly cleaned up after himself. He doesn't look like he's left a whole lot here, but not everything. Like he's left some of his personal things in his room. It's not like he moved out necessarily. He just hasn't been back for a while. Nothing stands out to you as this is a clue for what happened.
Well, I got nothing.
And yeah, even in the scriptorium, his book that he had started is still there. He hasn't even taken that with him. Which isn't a surprise. It's not exactly small. All right. So, how is Sir Kenrick going to be contributing to the mission up until next morning?
That's a really good question.
If at all.
Yeah, because he's going to have to deal with the barding and Magnus, which is going to take a while. Maybe chatting with any of the nearby monks or anything like that about this brother Tonik. I'm not sure what he would learn that they haven't already learned.
Probably nothing new, but you can discuss with the lay brothers down there as they're also dealing with stable issues.
They're like way.
They defer to you, but they're not exactly talkative. How shall Murdoch be contributing to the mission until the morning?
He's going to steal everything that's not nailed down.
Let's find out.
This is going to be great. We're going to have to, execute him.
Yeah.
I was thinking potentially observation, just observing the monks without them seeing any.
See if many of them are ping that guy's acting suspicious.
Yeah, observation. I was thinking that the other one would be, I do have search. I could help with the search in the lab. The other is scrounging, in that I could potentially look for anything useful for Brother Getwell or Dustin to use during their search.
Yeah, he's not going into that lab.
So probably observation.
You can make that roll. So, one thing, since it is Murdoch's nature, he is going to see that there are a lot of very fine works of art and gilded things all over the place that would be really hard to offload if you were actually to steal them, were he so inclined.
Does he have kleptomania?
As far as I know, he's not a thief. He's just greedy.
Hey, my self-control roll. I made it. Okay.
But
that's greed.
The point here being is that these guys are clearly they've got plenty of money, or at least they have had plenty of money. Donations have been kind.
Which is one of the things that Kenrick doesn't like about the organized church.
You, on at least one occasion, see Brother Rogus messing with the chair leg on a chair that Brother Normus is about to sit in, and it comes crashing down suddenly to everyone's great laughter. Other than that, I mean,
what are they, 12?
Rogus looks a little shifty, but other than that, everybody looks pretty normal. They don't actually leave the grounds. They do their rounds. They don't even have a patrol or anything within the walls. This is all very safe.
Okay.
All right. With that, there's mass, there's dinner. It's not bad. And you guys are awakened in the morning. And they will show you the general direction where you need to go if you are going to talk to the forest people. Otherwise, they will be at your call.
Well, I guess we need to go talk to the forest people. The squatters.
So, with regard to that, the forest law is pretty normal thing. It used to be that a lot of the forest lands were designated as King's Forest, which is basically just means it's a national park. But it's reserved for the king's hunting and all that business. That has been less common of late in the last 100 years or so. That stuff has gone a bit more local. As part of the stuff that you've learned from the other monks here, you know that they've had a little bit of a back and forth between them and the archvicar about the forest boundaries and whose forest is whose and who has the rights to them. And there is also a thing here where it's sort of a local custom of quasi-sanctuary where people can come to the forest as long as this is church property and can basically have asylum within the forest, provided they don't make a fool of themselves. And they don't make permanent structures. They're also not supposed to poach the deer and not supposed to cut down the wood, but sometimes that sort of thing happens.
Yeah. Doesn't sound like a particularly nice place to live. It's like permanent
Those
camp.
situations usually aren't. But you'll be surprised what a person will be willing to put up with. Or you won't. At any rate, morning comes, and you guys are allowed to do whatever it is that you intend to.
So, sounds like we're going into the forest. Unless somebody has
to the forest.
other angles of investigation here. I can't see any or think of any.
Forest it is.
They'll tell you it's a few miles in. Actually pretty well hidden. It took them a while to find it. And it'll give you some basic orienteering directions. Go here, turn left at that cliff, yada, yada, yada. Also worth noting that in this particular situation, a quote-unquote forest is not necessarily all woodland either, although in this case it is quite a lot of it. How are you going to approach the situation? So you know that they are not fond of armed folk entering their camps.
Yeah, well, we're not going in there disarmed. That's for damn sure.
I guess I will lead the way as a.
So the question I was
riding, walking.
Yeah, that was
probably walking our horses. Probably not riding.
Yeah, that's the question I was going to have. You said it was mostly forest. Does that mean it's like bad enough to where honestly shouldn't bother with the horses?
It's not that thick.
I mean, ideally we could take or ride the horses to the edge and then just leave them there, and I'll just tell Magnus to keep an eye out.
True. Good. But also, how are you going to be equipped while you get there, etc.?
With weapons at the ready or anything like that?
Yeah.
I'm sure they're not going to shoot to kill without first questioning us.
If there's an equivalent of a flag of truce, we could have something like that available.
Yeah, I think the white flag is still a thing, even that far back.
So you should totally have, Getwell should totally have that there, like a little flag of truce.
Harley.
Because yeah, we're just trying to find this Tonik dude for a brother who's worried about him.
But right, so equipment, full armor.
Kenrick doesn't feel comfortable not being in full armor. Yes, that's going to slow him down a bit, but
just to establish
crunching
that
through the forest. We're not going to be moving particularly fast anyway.
Well, I suppose Kenrick is the only one with options in that regard. Everybody else just has a hauberk or something like that.
No, I don't think that's right. I think Murdoch has lots of armor too, doesn't he?
I thought he
also does.
Thought he only had a hauberk or some, or mail of some kind.
Mail, fine. Mail.
No, that's right. He has the
mail and plates, torso, front gear, neck, backhands, shield.
Yeah, he had the cuirass, I think, as well.
Leo doesn't even wear armor.
Yeah, I didn't think he did. All right, so nothing other than that. And you are taking your horses with you.
Yeah, like I said, we can just leave them there. Now tell Magnus, keep an eye out. Don't let them get taken by bandits. I'll make sure to actually get some carrots for you.
All right. You will proceed into the forest, and it is as described. It is not too dense. You've seen worse. And you guys can make the inevitable perception or observation checks if you like.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, I should have just made a group roll. But whatever.
Woohoo!
Kenrick is out there to be seen, not to see.
It's the helmet.
You want observation or perception?
Whichever one you like. Well, everybody's on the ball today, except for Sir Kenrick.
Uh-huh.
Dustin?
Well, I have a 10 in perception. I'm not exactly
It's
super
50-50.
good at it. My observation is 9.
Both my observation and perception are 11, so if you wanted one or the other, it's the same.
Does Sir Kenrick wear a great helm?
His helmet actually provides hard of hearing disad.
It's not a great helm. It's just a
It's a
bassinette.
pot helm. Pot helm protects face on 4 of 6, gives the hard of hearing. What are we waiting
All right. Well,
Dustin, roll. Perception or observation?
he fell asleep. So whatever happens, he gets shot in the head. As you guys are following the instructions and going through the forest, you guys are no doubt expecting potentially to be followed by hunter types. And indeed, you are not disappointed as you notice that you are in fact being shadowed by several on your way into the camp. However, they do appear to be keeping their distance.
Are they trying to be unnoticed, or they're just open?
I would say that they look like they're trying. They're maybe not that great at it.
Well, they can't be worse than me.
It could be.
I sincerely doubt that. my stealth is
Sir-
actually higher than I thought it was.
Sir Kenrick, people are following us.
Hey, we're being followed.
Yes, well, that's not a terrible surprise. As long as they don't try to ambush us.
You guys continue on, and you see ahead of you what looks to be some smoke here and there, look like possibly campfires of some kind, and indeed tents and that sort of thing. And as you are approaching there, the people who are attempting to not be seen leap out of their non-hiding with bows drawn.
Hello.
And demand to know what your business is here.
Hello, good people. We are, I am Brother Kitwill of the church. These are my companions, and we are here actually on a mission to ascertain the location of a one. Is he a friar, monk?
Brother
Tonik. We wish you no harm. We have no ill will towards you, nor do we wish to, in fact, if there is any needs that I may be able to provide service for, I would be greatly willing to do so.
Especially
as I show good faith, to our peaceful natures.
He's very eloquent. From more on the camp side of the quote unquote ambush, the increasingly improperly named ambush, a man steps out who is considerably more confident in himself and rather less hostile. And he introduces himself as John Doe False Name.
Wait. I already fought a John Doe False Name.
You probably fought a lot of John Doe False Names.
No, I jousted with him in the tourney.
Yeah, that's a made-up name.
What? John Doe False Name is a made-up name?
Yeah, that's the name people use when they don't want to be recognized.
So he goes, my name is John Doe False Name, and this is my brother, John Doe False Name, and my sister, Jane Doe False Name.
Yep. And he says that bands of armed men are not welcome in our community. What brings you here? Well, and you guys have already said what brings you here, so you shouldn't actually ask that.
Uh-oh, there was a bug in the Matrix.
There's a little glitch in the Matrix. He suddenly cuts back and starts over and says,
why is Lady Wagon skin?
She's weird like that. That figures. Well, intermission time might come up soon. So, he will say, but you have stated that your intentions here are honorable, so we shall take you at your word. And if you are here looking for Brother Tonik, you will not find him.
Will we find a John Doe False Name who looks like Brother Tonik?
Is it possible that, if we have not been, what am I trying to say?
Why not?
Why not? Yeah, basically.
Okay. Well,
trying to make it a lot more complicated. Why?
First off, to be a proper RPG, we need to make a roll here. So, if you guys have a particular approach you want to take, you may make that roll.
Let's see. How would I? See, I'm trying to be diplomatic with these folks and get into their good nature. So, I will attempt diplomacy to change.
You would probably read the Mr. False Name's approach as very diplomatic as well.
So diplomacy is a good roll.
So diplomacy. Oh,
holy cow!
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah! Oh yeah!
Wow!
Critically succeed.
Whatever it is, the look on his face just said harmless. He said, "I brought wine."
And we'll go straight into carousing.
All right, so
Disapproving look.
you will be.
Here are our women.
So as you make your plea known, he will respond with, "Well, if you're here to find Brother Tonik, I know who you need to talk to. If she will talk to you, so come, follow me."
God.
As you are traveling through the encampment, you see some children in the trees playing with stick bows that pretend to shoot at you. They don't appear to be hostile, just playing.
Kendrick is good with kids, so he's going to react to them.
They will laugh, and Mr. False Name will scold them for attacking their guests.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Dude.
What?
Given that I don't know what that was for.
It was just for fun. Leo sees these guys shooting him from the trees, and he just
really wanted to kill him.
He just imagined what killing these kids would be like.
Imagine Spot.
Yeah, you had that little flashback where he machine guns all the kids out of the trees. They fall dead to the ground, and then it suddenly cuts back to him laughing to himself.
And it cuts to everybody, possibly including Murdoch, turning to look at him like, "What the fuck?"
I mean, does Leo almost like Leo starts to reach for his bow and starts to draw an arrow and starts aiming at a kid as he's just dreaming about what they would look like. I'm like, yeah, we'd all be looking at him. I'd be about ready to tackle him.
His eyes glaze over in a daydream.
In his head, he's going through the motions of pull, knock, draw, loose, pull, drop, knock, loose. But anyway, False Name continues, says, all of us here are running from something, taxes, responsibilities, unwanted spouses, from all over.
Totally going to have to give all of them disapproving looks then, except the kids.
But here we are all equals outside the law. You continue on.
Here.
You see a couple of guys as they spot you guys looking, and they cinch up a sheepskin over their obvious deer carcass. They're in the process of butchering.
Do you have any to share?
He needs a disapproving look too.
And False Name continues, we live simply and mind our own, and the monks allow it, and even help us from time to time. Brother Tonik was sent to us at our request, and many of us have him to thank for our good health.
This is very good. And I'm glad to hear that, Brother Tonik was able to provide any relief. To which, if after our any discussions to be had here prior to our continued movement, if there is other needs, I might be able to provide service for.
Oh my God! I keep rolling Leodin on these random rolls. Yeah, somebody comes up behind Leodin and just screams "Sneak attack!" and looks like
he turns around and murders them.
No, he's like yelling, "Intruders! Intruders!" And as Leodin turns around and he's about to impale him on a small stick with a pointy end. John Doe False Name yells out, "Slavo, stop it! These are guests!" I'm sorry. The Slavo's new here. He and his family crossed over the mountains from the Hardlands, and he's still getting used to the rules. Slavo is like, "Sorry."
You should be careful. Such actions could get a man killed.
Well, it was meant to, but not me. But that's okay.
Then you should do it quietly.
You mean I shouldn't yell sneak attack? Doesn't that help?
It does not. Well, it does not help your cause.
That's one of my biggest pet peeves in bad movies and TV is when the bad guy starts yelling as he's springing out of hiding. Oh my God, I hate that. But never mind that. And false name continues. We're no strangers to violence here in the best of days, but especially since the Archvicar sent himself to cleaning up the forest, to what end we know not. And you arrive at a little lean-to tent thing, and John Doe points out a sad-looking little girl huddled in the back. He says, "This is Poppy, an orphan of the violence hereabouts that came to us. She was close to Tonik while he was here, followed him around like a puppy. She was found alone in the woods the last time anyone saw Tonik. We believe her to be the only one who knows what happened, but she hasn't spoken a word since then. She was found without her rag doll, which normally never leaves her grasp. She's become completely unreachable since. We can barely get her to eat anything. She just keeps wandering around looking for the doll. Perhaps you can help, and maybe she'll talk to you about what happened to Tonik."
Great, we gotta find a rag doll. How do you find a rag doll in the forest?
Well,
Do you know where
You-
she was
you
found?
search for it.
Sorry, say that again.
Do you know where she was found?
He can point you in the general direction. Found her over there.
I think Generica is gonna walk over to her and crouch, and it's like, ask her, very kindly. It's like, can you describe your doll there, Poppy?
That would sound a bit diplomatic, I suppose. And Sir Kenrick would get a +1 on that because he's good with kids.
Mostly come out at night. Mostly.
Let's see. Does the appearance apply as well?
I suppose it might. I don't know about status, though.
That would depend on whether she acknowledges the status or not.
Yeah, I don't think in her case she'd recognize it. All right. After a couple of questions, you discover that she still won't speak, but she at least nods to the effect of she can get you to the spot where she saw it last.
Fantastic.
Her to gesture back and kind of describe or gesture what it looks like.
I would like somebody to roll off a 13.
Well, that's a pretty good
figures. All right, so noted. No, she yeah, she sees the dwarf and like kind of clams up a little bit.
Back away. Totally gonna end up having the, I guess, walking there, letting her hold the hand. Good with kids.
All right, so Sir Kenrick is going to lead her or be led by her to the scene of the crime, as it were. All right, so a little bit of distance into the woods, probably far enough away from the camp that you could understand whatever might have happened there might not have been detected. And she points over to that tree, etc., and has indicated that this is where she lost it. And Leodin jumps in with the tracking.
Leo is looking for tracks and stuff like that. If there's anything that he'll notice out of the ordinary. So he'll fail unless it's a large group.
Well, you are not finding...
You get a bonus if humans are involved.
Yeah, I think that's if it's a large group.
Not sure if that's actually the case. Let me look.
There's a bonus. It's +5 for humans and +10 for a group of humans.
Can I use search or scrounging?
No. Yes, maybe.
Let's see. So it's also going to depend on how old the trail is. It's -5 if the trail is more than a day old, -10 if more than a week old, +3 if you're following a man, +6 if following a group of men.
And based on the conversations that you have had that it has been a while, so it's probably like a week old at best. So you're looking for really old tracks if you're going to find something.
So yeah, he definitely failed.
Murdoch can do search if he wants to, as long as he doesn't step on any tracks that Leodin's trying to get to. If somebody else wants to contribute, you can do that. Actually, I'll call that an assist if you like. Might get you over the hump.
No, his effective tracking is like 7 right now, I think.
If Leo doesn't find any tracks, he's not going to persist. He'll start looking for the doll.
I'm going to try to get description, basically like yes, no answers, where she can nod or shake her head.
Yeah.
Like, is it blue? Is it,
Right. Okay.
Try to get some colors to help.
And I'll be taking my time so I can get basically, if I take 5 minutes, it's +5 to that roll.
You can actually use extra time for that too, including.
All right, so it'll be +5, so 7.
Now, in your case, it won't help if you're doing an assist, but your +1 will go toward Leodin's.
He didn't say he was assisting. You said you could count it as an assist.
Well, yeah.
I was going to be searching the area for the doll itself.
So you're not helping. You're not helping Leo. You're just doing your own thing.
Yeah, the dwarf doesn't like the elf, and vice versa, probably.
We like each other well enough.
I've killed you in my dreams many times.
No, I was wondering if anybody had spells or anything that might help. I can't think of any, but
actually, do dwarves and elves in Generica have a racial rivalry?
Probably, it's generic.
I think they might. I seem to remember having come across that question myself, and I don't recall if I had found an answer to it. Okay. So I don't recall what the general time span for a tracking attempt is. The assumption.
Does it say? Let me see.
And if it doesn't say that in the skill list, it's going to say it in
it's going to
Dungeon Fantasy.
No,
I think it's you make a roll to find tracks. So that would probably be
roll every 30 minutes.
30 minutes to follow, I think.
Yeah, so you make a roll to find tracks, and I think the standard time is like a minute, unless otherwise specified. Right. So, minute to find the tracks, and then every 30 minutes to follow them.
All right. Well, how long until you get sick of it, or are you just going to stay?
Well, Leo is going to be effectively taking extra time because he knows there must be some tracks here. If this is the location where it all happened, there must be something. He just hasn't found it yet, so he'll take the extra time.
I think it's going to end up being around 15 minutes with Murdoch searching. Whether he's trying to help you or not, he's at least finding nothing in places where you're not expecting to find anything. So, and the girl will be able to point not over there, etc. And Sir Kendrick's getting a basic idea of it's probably some kind of ragdoll, maybe burlap or sackcloth or something like that, brownish. And after a while, Léoden is able to determine that there are quite a number of dog tracks here. And they seem to be about the right age and in the general area of where she was pointing out. And having seen other tracks from what appear to be the same dog in the area, it looks like it's a local.
Found some tracks. They appear to be of a local dog, perhaps, but they are old and barely visible or barely distinct. Does Leo find the doll by any chance?
He does not.
So probably need to find the dog then.
So Leo is, since he actually has some tracks, he's going to, go on his primary mission.
Right.
Try and start finding
Try to follow
the tracks instead of looking for the girl's doll. He'll leave that to those that are more charitable.
All right.
Who won't just murder her because they're bored?
Since you already know, you'll be tracking -4 to follow.
Because Leo knows the tracks are old and difficult, or hard to follow, he will take extra time.
Indeed.
So further roll.
Wow.
That's not going to help at all.
Dude. You have one job.
What kind of tracker are you?
Fortunately, he can go back and start again.
That's true. So Léoden starts following a trail and decides, wait a minute, that's not right.
This is a rabbit.
Bear eats him.
That is a completely different dog.
In fact, it's not a dog. Wolves!
It's a bear.
It's a bar.
So, how much time is wasted?
Yeah, not inconsiderable amount, but you guys got out there early, so
we're not really.
You got daylight.
We're not that busy, so go ahead and do it. Reroll. We're waiting.
Talking to Poppy and telling her stories about my cousins.
So frustrated, Leo will come back and say, these tracks are
Not that
difficult to
way.
follow. What I was following was not this dog. And then he will start again. You are welcome to assist, but be careful not to disturb the tracks that are there.
If you're assisting in this case, you need to actually assist with tracking.
That's lame, Mark. Lady Wagon is AFK. Luckily, Getwell's still here.
So, no assists?
I need to assist with tracking. I don't have tracking.
I don't have tracking.
Okay, so then Leo will start again. Retrace his steps and
He's
acknowledge
roll
where
18 this time.
acknowledge where he went wrong.
Man,
My rolls.
what is with you today? All right. Well, you're taking extra time is going to be required here, but you do manage to actually follow the trail, and to be fair, it is really difficult. These are old tracks, and you're sort of doing an amalgamation of other tracks. Because as you are getting closer to the area, you are confirming to yourself that this is in fact the same dog, and it lives in this area somewhere. And you're able finally to get to a point where you see a den, for lack of a better word, some kind of hole in the tree somewhere where there is a dog there, not a big dog. And
You should tame it.
And it is in the den, and it is clearly chewing on some kind of burlap doll.
What a jerk dog.
And it looks up at you guys, and it sort of stops for a second, and then it keeps chewing as it looks at you guys suspiciously.
As Sir Kenrick says, you should tame it. Sir Kenrick's saying that as Leo is loading an arrow.
No, that was me saying it, not Sir Kenrick. I'm actually presuming that Leo is ahead of us a little bit here because
he might be.
And I don't exactly move very quickly in this.
Well, he's been kind of taking it slow because he's had to.
Well, Leo will knock an arrow and then approach the dog in a friendly manner. He doesn't have like handling or anything like that, so he'll just be very cautiously approaching. Who's a good boy?
I keep forgetting that he's a fighter archer, not a ranger.
Give me a reaction roll.
Yeah, this is where he rolls 3. Okay. If
my rolls keep coming,
if you're gonna roll crappy, now's the time.
So as you're approaching the dog, and it's sitting there looking at you while it's chewing on that doll, and you kind of hold your hand out there and like, good dog, and it's clear to you immediately, it thinks you're playing, and it's like trying to get away from you a little bit, but not really.
Leo will find a stick. And then he'll sort of grab the stick to the ground, wave it about to see if the dog reacts to it at all. And if he does...
throw it at Murdoch.
Let me see, hang on.
No, wait, you're not impulsive.
He thinks about throwing it to Murdoch, but...
You guys are scum.
But no. So if he has the dog's attention, he'll go, fetch! And he'll toss the stick far enough so that if the dog runs for it, he can quickly grab the doll.
All right. It takes a couple of tries because the first like the first time you don't throw it far enough, and he like lets go of the doll, and then he goes back to it as you start to reach for it, and but after a couple of tries, you actually manage to snag it, and the dog keeps trying to get it back from you, and he's just playing with you, but he's jumping all over you and shit.
Then Leo will again just use the stick to get the dog away. So he brings the stick back. Leo will throw the stick again. So it's obvious that this dog is a domestic dog, not wild.
It's pretty clear that it's used to people, definitely.
I'm wondering if Murdoch would try to stare the dog down.
So then Leo will hand the doll to Henrik, and then Leo will just occupy the dog so that it doesn't get in the way of things.
Does Dustin? I know Dustin's mostly liquid, but I'm wondering if there's a way to like clean the doll using magic.
Isn't that importation?
There is a repair spell.
No, apportation is like Mage Hand, I think.
Yeah. I was thinking about the repair or some kind of mending spell, but I mean, if it just came down to getting the slobber out of it, you could always. I would think you'd be able to remove. Moisture.
I think could I do shape fluid and pull it out essentially?
Yeah, it seems like you should be able to do that.
Okay, I will drop a shape fluid.
Can you clean this for me?
So it's damaged, but not too bad. Just a little gnawed upon, and you present the doll to Poppy, and the smile with the eyes is the sort of thing that melts the ice off the mountains, kind of thing.
Well, I feel like I've accomplished something.
Do you?
I do. That's better.
Still has his grumpy face.
That's better than finding this Tonik fellow.
And with that, we shall take a break. Seeing as one of our players has buggered off temporarily.
Okay, going on break.
Take 5.
Okay, we are back.
All right. You guys head back to the forest camp.
Yeah, and I got a little girl on my shoulders.
Now she is happy. You have killed and buried the sad one and brought back the happy one.
Does the dog follow?
The dog does follow for a bit. At least far enough for some of the camp people to see it. And they all like run it off. Nipper, get out of here.
Nipper?
Yeah, thing steals everything.
Murdoch, do you need a pet?
Yeah, so John Doe, false name, approaches and sees that you have indeed succeeded, and congratulates you. In the meantime, how will you attempt to communicate what happened?
Going to ask Poppy where she saw Tonik last.
John Doe will correct you with the proper nickname for Tonik, whatever that is. Inevitably, it's not going to actually be his name.
Happy.
And She will point out that way. She's still not talking, not very much, but she's at least not, catatonic, curled up into a ball. She's a lot more responsive. And actually, as you guys are passing through in that general direction, she points out one of the other residents there.
Why she put him out? Her out?
She didn't say. She just pointed at him.
He was with your friend?
She will respond affirmatively.
Well,
let's go talk to him.
Yeah, we should talk to him.
You approach the man. He is not expecting you. And he asked your business. What is it you want?
Understand that since, Getwell isn't here, I guess I'm having to do the talking. Understand you were last seen with Brother Tonik. You wouldn't happen to know where he's at, would you?
I don't know anything about that. The girl points to him. Why is she pointing at me? Stop pointing at me.
Because she saw you with him.
I don't know what happened.
So you were with him?
I didn't say that.
Yes,
Didn't
you
you?
did.
I had nothing to do with the stabbing.
Come on, I'm being accused by a 7-year-old.
Accused of what?
I'm presuming that they're crap. I think it's all Getwell has all of the freaking skills for this.
Indeed.
Because he's the one with detect lies and crap.
Oh, he's obviously lying. I think Murdoch's just going to really give him a hard look to try to get him to loosen up.
Because you haven't been able to use that yet, right?
You know what happens when you scare somebody who's potentially a coward, right?
They crap their pants.
Well, technically, the intimidation says they become compliant.
That's not necessarily true. If you threaten somebody,
he's just giving them a stern look,
and they can run away, they're probably going to run away.
I'm giving him a look to try to, hey, open up, speak. Not to run away. At the same
time, I'm trying to diplomance him with my mediocre diplomat skill.
So I'll be more assisting Sir Kenrick. How about that?
Nope.
Okie dokie.
So that means I have to rely on the reaction mods.
That's true. You could, in fact, make that roll if you like.
Yeah, I'm looking through here.
I would probably do that one in the box, though. Now, status in his case probably would apply.
Okay, then you need to add 2 to that. He's not going to know about Born War Leader. He doesn't know me well enough for honesty to apply, and that could also be a negative issue because, these guys are lawbreakers. Social stigma probably doesn't apply because they're lowborn. None of my sense of duties apply.
All right. Sir Kenrick is probably inspired a little by Murdoch's display and in his attempt to be diplomatic, informs the guy that if you talk, I won't feed you to the angry dwarf. And
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, he's trying to be friendly and polite without, I'm going to break your legs.
But you're doing it without reaching for the hilt of swords and that sort of thing. So
I am doing it without reaching for the weapons.
As is Murdoch for the time being.
What is my hickey thing where it's always easier to make a friend before blood has been shed?
So Murdoch's being intimidating while you're talking all nicely and stuff. He's probably checking how sharp his axe blade is.
Well, Murdoch it with his thumb. Could totally be doing that behind me, dropping leaves on the edge of his blade.
That's true.
They're splitting in
glaring.
half.
Yeah, they're splitting in half, and he's glaring like he's really hungry.
So I'm trying to figure out how this works. Give me a second.
1/1000. That's a second.
Okay, so he is going to claim that you have no authority here, Sir Knight, and I don't have to talk to you. And he's kind of pulling the help of being repressed.
I did not claim any authority here. We're trying to find this Tonik. I keep forgetting his name. It's Tonik, right?
Yeah. Brother Tonik. Tonic Waters, actually.
Look,
and
the only reason why we came over here is because the little girl pointed at you. So obviously, you were the last one to see him. We just want to know where Brother Tonik is.
As he has gone and attracted attention to himself, there are other residents of the camp who are beginning to arrive at the scene and are at first giving you dirty looks like, what the hell is going on here? We don't like it. We don't like seeing you repressing him. And as one of those men is John Doe, who knows perfectly well why you're here. And he hears you talking about, oh, she's pointed him out. And now John Doe's joining in. It's like, wait a minute. Why is she pointing at you, Grifton?
Yes, friend Grifton. Why is she pointing at you?
And between the lot of you there, now he's got his local authority bearing down on him. And he starts to bolt, but he has been surrounded at this point and will end up confessing that he...
Damn, Leo just wants to murder some
at the wrong spot. Don't worry, man. You'll get a chance. And he will end up admitting to the fact that he was involved, or let me restart over. He was paid to spread the thing around camp to get Brother Tonik assigned to help out here. And then he was instructed by those same people to bring him to a certain location, at which point he was kidnapped, quote unquote.
Bent. Where was he taken?
And he said that it was an armed company out that way.
Deeper in the forest?
Deeper in the forest. And he didn't know anything about this whole kidnapping business. He was just getting paid. He thought he was helping out, blah, blah, blah. Of course, everybody's now giving him the dirty looks. So his time here is somewhat limited, it would seem.
So I have to look at this John Doe fellow. It's like, are you aware of anyone, in that area who matches this description?
We are not aware of any mercenaries in the area, and if there are armed men about, we'd rather be rid of them.
Bandits.
Bandits would not be a surprise.
Right. So, you said it was Grifton. I want to find out if, try to find out more information about the people that hired him.
He doesn't know a whole lot, except they look like Burks.
And where did it happen?
They paid well. And he can point you over there to the location where he was instructed to bring Brother Tonik, and say that they always go that way.
Okay, what is in that direction? I'll have to ask the locals that. I mean, apart from forest.
Woods.
Are there ruins, caves?
Woods, rocks. There's nothing in
rocks,
particular.
Mountains?
Probably caves out there. Yeah. There's at least a few caves out there. Yeah, now that you mention caves, there's probably, that could be hiding out in a cave.
Many.
He has no idea, or so he says.
How many
But
have you
he's
seen?
sticking to that one. He has seen 4 or 5. One too many lots.
Well, seems like we're going to have to go in that direction to investigate.
At least now we know what to look for.
Yeah, but the first thought that comes to mind for me is like if we're going in there to bandits, we're gonna suck with the sneaking.
Well,
Yeah.
But Leoden can at least maybe do some tracking and scout ahead.
Leoden is sneaky.
I can find them and see what we are up against. Perhaps, if things aren't well enough in our favour, we do not need to be quiet.
True. So, I have... Let's see. No. Okay, so when are you going to do that?
As soon
Immediately?
as possible, probably.
So it's still probably midday-ish, FYI. So what we are going to do is a skill
challenge.
All right, so this is going to be a 6-3 with a pretty messed up bad. It's going to be 4, unless you go at night.
4. As
But
in minus 4.
As in minus 4. So it won't be easy. But if Leoden, this doesn't have to take place all at the same instance. So if, for example, if Leoden's going to sneak out there ahead of time, he'll be under that bad. But then you guys wait till nightfall to do it. That will be fine.
Well, the first thing.
And I'm assuming that Leoden's scouting run will be the first instance of this.
Yeah, the first thing that comes to mind to me is like sneaking in the dark in a forest is going to be really rough for humans.
Actually, what is the moonlight?
I'm thinking of when I went camping in Colorado over the 4th, when the sun went down, it got super, super dark.
Okay. Well,
and that was mountainous, foresty stuff.
Right now, it's a half moon waxing, so not sunless or lightless. The weather is not terrible right now, so most of the rain clouds have passed. You should have some light in the evening, and if you're looking for a camp, obviously there's going to be fires and that sort of thing, so it's possible, but it's up to you.
Yeah, well, you know.
Well, Leoden is our tracker, sneaky guy. He probably in this case should kind of tell us what to do.
All right. Well,
I
for the
do
record,
think
I'll finish the spiel. So we'll be doing no repeats. You can do saves depending on reasonable proximity, quote unquote. And as a little change from usual, if whatever you're doing involves sentry removal, then I'll count that as an additional combat roll. But other than that, the usual expected traits here are going to be applicable: stealth, perception, observation, influence, potentially, yada, yada, yada. So that being that, the first roll is going to be from Leoden, and that will be the sneak to get in close and scout.
great. We've seen how he's been rolling. That -4, he's going to roll freaking 18.
That's true.
Stop it.
And
He'll
Leo
roll a critical
use a
success.
complementary skill.
I don't see any reason why not.
Leo will use camouflage. So he'll put on the face paint, rainbow style.
He can also use extra time here as well. Although the time period spent here will probably potentially take you into the evening.
And then he's going to hold up a torch and yell, "Ah!" to draw the predator to him.
One of these days, man.
What is it in Firefly? There's that scene where Zoe's saying, you know, be sneaky, don't let your enemy know where you are, and then Mal comes running in.
Yeah, that's the first.
Yep,
That's the first
first.
episode.
She says there are some other trains of thought.
That's my other train of thought. Kick in the door.
All right, so Leo will camouflage, so that's a +1. And then
Roger.
he will stealth.
Okay, so you are at -4 right now.
-3 because camouflage.
Well, -3 with that.
And we've got quite a lot of time in the day, yes?
Mm-hmm.
So then Leo will
Pretty decent amount.
will make use of that extra light and will take some extra time.
How much extra time?
Just +1 sort of thing.
Well, it'll work out for you. So we have 1 success out of 6. And you will see something along these lines, with the caveat that somewhere back there is a cave.
Underneath that.
You will also note that there are what appears to be a dozen, and they appear to be mercenaries, not just bandits. They're a little too well armed for bandits.
This picture shows, I think, women and children.
Ignore that. Those are hardened mercenaries, all male.
They just happen to like to wear dresses. They're wearing kilts, really long kilts.
Oh, Scottish
Leo will
Highlanders, it's even
observe
worse.
Points of entry, all that sort of stuff. Where they keep their horses, where the main tent seems to be. So he'll just observe, and then he will withdraw and report.
All right, so you've got a good lay of the situation. You do see that they are going in and out of the cave here and there. Clearly, they're sleeping out in these tent things. There is at least 1 or 2 guys that look like they're probably on watch. And that's about the extent of it, really.
Did Leo see Brother Tonik?
He did not.
Or somewhere where they may be keeping him?
You do see boxes of odd supplies that you would not expect for a bandit or mercenary camp. that might include things like beakers.
Is the cave under guard? The cave entrance?
Well, like I said, they're kind of going in and out of there. So I wouldn't say specifically under guard. It's just that there's traffic.
Well, once he gets back, I think my attempt to assist will probably be a tactics check to sort of try to determine this is the best route we should follow. This is how we should proceed.
Sir Kenrick is volunteering for role number 2 with the tactics.
Drum roll, please. Hey.
And it's not a bad one. 2 successes. And Sir Kenrick sort of reviews the sand table that Leodin has placed out there and says we should go this way and that way, etc. Who's next volunteer?
What do you mean sand table? Leo reproduced this in image exactly.
Roll a dice and find out.
Or just volunteer.
I'm the GM. You don't tell me what to do.
You
just volunteered yourself.
So you just volunteered.
Did I?
Sounds like it.
Voluntold.
All right. So when it comes to what you're going to end up doing here, this doesn't necessarily need to be part of the planning. So Leodin did the scouting. Sir Kenrick did the planning. Now we're kind of getting into the execution here. Now it's up to you guys whether or not you want to do that. Like I said, wait for dark or even near dark or whatever.
Well, that'll be between Leodin and Sir Kenrick since they are the ones doing the scouting and making the plan. So are we waiting until dark?
Yeah, probably if possible, we do it around near dark. But if it goes into the dark, yeah, that's we'll have to do it that way too.
I'm guessing we still don't have Mark back.
No, not yet.
What did he say they were doing? Garage door?
Garage door repairman.
I didn't think he hadn't been gone that long.
Well, if it's
He may be
let's
out.
say so are we doing it near dark or dark?
Yes.
Yes to near dark or
I was answering both questions. Yes.
all right. So I think I'll
He
be
was being non-committal.
I'll probably be a sentry removal guy.
Okay.
Taking out a
Because
sentry.
he wants to use that axe. He desperately
All
wants to
right.
use that axe.
So how are you going to get into position to make your sentry removal roll?
Via cutscene. Come on, man.
I don't
Well,
recall if he had stealth
okay, so
particularly
we had,
highly.
No, so we had observation, and we had a successful tactics roll. So with that, I know based on the tactics roll how to approach and potentially which merc I can get close enough to take out without really alerting the others.
Uh-huh.
So you want me to do a stealth roll first and then do the combat, or?
Stealth is probably reasonable. Yeah. Unless you can come up with something else. Sir Kenrick could end up being the distraction there. Who knows?
He may need to.
Or maybe Dustin is going to do a spell thing and get their attentions.
No, he's going to start casting that one spell, and then
give me a
it'll be
moment.
over.
Give me a moment.
1,000. I think that's over.
Well, if you're going to do stealth, you can take a few minutes to fix your armor so it's not so clanky.
Well, I might do that up front while you guys were doing the tactics and observation.
Yeah,
I
you
could
had plenty of
pad
time
my
for that.
armor.
I
So
think it's a
I'll
plus
keep
one it
adding
gives
my
you.
armor. Okay. And then there is +3 or more if there are many hiding places. This is a forest, so there's a lot of hiding places. So that's +4 to my stealth roll. And then it's nighttime too. So does that give any pluses?
Well, it's a penalty to them, but.
All right, so +4 to my stealth roll.
All right, so -4. Well, actually, if you're waiting for the evening, it's going to be -2.
Have night vision.
So that'll be your
5.
So that'll be your final. It'll be the.
No, it's bad. The bad's normally -4, but it's if it's dark, it's only -2. And bad,
you could just
random. It's a penalty.
You could just roll and see if we need to, nut out the numbers.
So it's +4 -2.
Yeah,
so +2.
Yeah, that's terrible. That gives me a
Well,
I
a
succeeded.
10.
All right. How are you going to take them out?
Wow.
Because if you split his skull with the axe, that might make noise.
I was thinking using the hammer and just knocking them out. The hammer side.
Well, technically that would make noise too. Maybe not as much though.
The other option is I could
The axe might not make as much noise as you think, since he got that penetrating thing on 1. So it's having the art.
Yeah, I have armored divisor too.
Yeah, up to you.
And this is
If it
going to be
goes
at
ill,
a
it goes
-2.
ill.
This will be at a -2.
Yeah, it'll be a -2. Yeah.
Are they wearing helmets?
Yes.
Are their
Here and
necks
there.
protected
Probably
or not?
not on there. Probably not on the. If they're,
The
in
ones
their
that are
camp.
the ones that are on watch are going to be have their helmets on, but it's going to be like a modern army situation where some of them they're going to take their helmets off when they're sitting down and chilling or whatever.
If your axe is really sharp, then you could always come up behind them, hand over the mouth, and use your axe blade to slice the neck.
Yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay.
So -2 or
Yep.
All right. I need any modifiers for this, or is it just whatever?
No, that's just it. Holy God. All right, so the operation kicks off with Murdoch sneaking up to a key sentry and cutting his throat from behind with his axe.
Yes, somewhere saying the words, "It will cut."
Dustin should be next here.
Indeed. Been considering options. Not been very successful though. Most of it amounts to try to kill someone.
Well, you have the best opportunity, I think, of everybody to get all their attentions. Of course, you have to realize that you guys got a dozen of these mercs here, so you're going to have to get rid of a number
11.
of them. Obviously, one fewer than before.
So should I try to...
And unfortunately for them, Machine Gun Leo is coming up in here shortly.
Shame Makey's not here.
Snipe, move.
Don't have stealth. That's the problem.
Well,
Yeah.
You don't necessarily have to have stealth.
You do have a ranged attack that can
Well,
take
but
out a guard.
for my plan, I don't want to do a ranged attack because of fear of missing.
What is your plan?
Plan was to sneak up to someone and then try to frostbite their throat so they can't scream.
Okay. Yeah, that may be a little
Yeah.
beyond your skills.
You have
I've
throw
got
spell?
that. No, I don't have like any sort of meta spell. It can be cast at a range already. It is regular. It's just I can't target a specific location unless I touch that location. Is there, since we're doing sort of nighttime, is there a fire in the camp?
There are a number of fires in the camp.
I would like to target one of the fires that is not particularly close to Tonik, and I want to do a windstorm on it and basically make a fire tornado.
Will that work? Or will that just blow it out?
I figure it'd be pretty distracting in either case.
Well, that's true. It'll at least blow burning materials all over the camp. And you haven't seen Tonik outside, so.
Okay, then I'll pick that one over there.
Make it so. With the it's only -2. Or was that range?
I thought, okay, yeah. Oh, bad at 2 or bad at night is 2, not 4.
Yeah. Okay, so
yeah.
Murdoch takes out a key sentry so that Dustin can get into position where he can get line of sight on the fire that he wants to storm out. So this is the big windstorm thing. So is this one going to take your fatigue way down?
It is, yes. I'm trying to figure it now.
So this is the big storm, and you're knocking all kinds of chaos going on right now, with including the flaming materials, etc., and probably setting off alchemical stuff as well. All right. Who's next? Would sure be
normally,
nice.
Well, can the GM on this particular case just pick a skill that Brother Gitwell would potentially use?
No, he cannot.
I have access to his character.
That
and
would
I'll
be
play
lame.
his character.
No, you will not. He's not here.
He
Somebody
was
else.
remaining behind with the people because they were lots of sick and injured, maybe.
Now, Aiden is also here. He's probably going to end up taking out a sentry or something like that. He'll be helping the process. This is all about the PCs that are here.
Okay, so Leodin and Sir Kenrick are up next then, right?
So, yeah, reasonably it would be one of them, I suppose. I'll let them pick whoever.
You will notice that as Murdoch is axe murdering a guy, one of the sentries looks over and is moving over to investigate, and Leo will take him out.
Okay. Well, you can do it that way too. I was gonna say you should probably make a stealth check first for that, so you are not spotted in the process. And that one will be at a -2, which I did not expect you to fail, and you did not. So
What kind of kit do these have?
male hauberk, some kind of pot helm situation, fairly standard. Not unlike the guys you fought on horseback the other day, although not related. Not related in story.
How many successes is that now?
That gets us to 5. We need one more.
Yeah. So I was looking at the stealth. The stealth ain't gonna work for me because it's going to give me an effective skill at 2.
Leadership.
Well, to be fair, right now there's a windstorm, so
yeah,
stealth is rather less necessary, depending on what you had in mind.
You always use leadership, and love it when a plan comes together.
Yeah, it's going to put me at 50-50. But I don't see anything.
If you're using leadership, you get bonuses because we are all loyal and such already.
But you're not NPCs.
Murdoch isn't loyal.
Yeah, it specifically says NPC has never been in action with me. NPC loyalty is good. NPC loyalty is very good. So, yeah, leadership's the only thing I can think of.
You got a couple of bennies. You could potentially throw a... assist skill in there. Damn it. Can't think of the word.
We haven't had any failures yet, so we can...
So I attempted to do leadership. Unfortunately, the fire tornado windstorm thing drowned out my commands.
Indeed. All right.
Would you consider this mountainous area?
It is a mountainous area.
So can I assist with survival mountain to help his leadership skill?
No, that particular ship has sailed, although you might take the next turn, seeing as we need one more.
Yeah, you might go, oh, hey, this is mountainous. I could get up there and push that rock on these dudes.
No, my survival mountain skill with a -2 is at 8. I'll probably just kill another sentry. With all the chaos that's going around, just take out another guy, right?
Well, at this point, given the chaos that's going on, stealth isn't necessarily a requirement. What would be the thing you would use to approach?
He said you can't use double, so you couldn't use the axe again.
That was a separate situation.
No, never mind.
Just a plain combat roll. What would this be? I suppose you could just call this IQ to stick to the plan.
So IQ -2 or just straight IQ?
Yeah, -2.
That -2 is a killer for some of us.
How about maybe I do a feat of strength that assists in some way?
Okay, what are you thinking?
Pushes a rock down on top of some dudes.
Well, with all the chaos that's going on with the windstorm, maybe I'm able to push one of the tents over and cover some of the guards. And because with the windstorm happening, everybody's like trying to get to cover, and so I basically am able to get in and knock down a tent.
So maybe roll a cart on top of some people.
Yeah, something like that.
He's pulling the Arnold thing from a Predator. Yeah, he's running over to the car and lifting it up and letting it go down and crash on some dudes.
I can live with that.
The horse is there running in place until he lifts the cart off the blocks.
The poor horse doesn't have any legs.
There you go. All right. And lastly, with the windstorm going on, Murdoch runs up and slams a wagon on top of some guys and adds to the chaos. And there's mercenaries flying everywhere.
Because that particular thing had something that's explosive, apparently.
Indeed.
Or is made of that explosive wood.
All right, so having done all that, you are able to enter the cave.
Son of a butt monkey, I just realized there's a cave. We totally missed the opportunity.
I know. I thought you said it, though.
Not like that.
I thought somebody did.
Leo said there was a cave, or inquired if there was guards at the cave.
No, but I was thinking 13th Warrior, where it's like, is there a cave?
Yeah, you have to say it the right way.
I kind of need to watch that movie again.
All right, well, with all the mess going on outside, you're able to slip into the cave without arousing any further attention, and you can see, yeah, there's some stuff going, or there's some stuff in there. They're clearly part of the camp, and nobody's in there right now because everybody's responding to what was going on outside. You continue on into the cave and see what appears to be a huge alchemy lab set up in the
familiar.
cave. No, it doesn't. That's your imagination.
Or maybe it's not.
The one that you think you remember was flipped the other direction and had a slightly different color. This one's totally different. And within, you do in fact see a man in a monastic habit, who Aiden sees and says, "Brother Tonik." And Brother Tonik responds and says, "My friend, I'm not sure how you got here, but you arrived just in time to bear witness to my ultimate success. I was kidnapped to perfect this amazing formula, and I have done it. I have succeeded where Herb Mixon failed. It doesn't last long, but the side effects are minimal. With this formula, I will achieve great fame and wealth unimaginable, as promised. Here, I shall demonstrate."
Herb Mixon.
Has anyone killed him while he was monologuing?
We couldn't. It was one of those uninterruptible cutscenes.
Can I use my sling to try to knock it out of his hand?
You're mashing the button, going attack, attack, attack. Damn it!
Yes, you're not allowed to interrupt. Herb Mixon.
Not monologues.
Herb Mixon happens to be the alchemist in the first session.
So it is. That's why it's familiar.
And yeah, so after he says, "And I shall demonstrate," he downs the potion that was in his hand.
We couldn't react fast enough to try to knock it out.
Nope, you couldn't. You were around in the corner just when he did it.
It's because Aiden was in the way.
GM prerogative. And he transforms rather Hulk-like into some bony protrusion thing. Not unlike the corpses you encountered in the sewer in that episode, but this one's a little more together, less random, and
more boss-like.
More boss-like, in fact. And this very spiky Hulk creature roars and aggresses. So I don't know how to quite describe the transformation, but I really like the one from League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Jekyll and Hyde.
Yes.
It's kind of like that. It looks uncomfortable.
I don't even remember that movie. I know I've seen it. I just don't remember that scene at all.
All right. You may arrange yourselves. And in the case of certain ranged attack folk, you may have drawn those weapons during the monologue.
Does drawing weapons include revving up spells?
Depending on the spells.
Ice Dagger?
You need to use something other than Ice Dagger.
It's effective.
Something
on
else,
the
man.
rare occasions when you actually get to use it. But I'll give you that one. I don't think he's going to really freak out at that. And let's see. So, right. So, crap, Mark still isn't here.
Well, you know how that goes when you get somebody coming over to do stuff.
Well, I hope you don't get killed.
No, remember we said he stayed behind in the forest camp.
He's dealing with he's holding the line behind us.
I'm ignoring that.
Some banditries.
I'm ignoring that until I hear otherwise. All right.
Blasting him with Sunbolt.
Are you satisfied with your current positions? Aiden is where he's going to be.
Would aiming be allowed as well as part of preparing range weapons?
Given that you have taken a full spool up on that, I'm going to say no.
Okay.
1 gimme per session.
That's fair.
Let's see. I'm going to skip get well for now, I guess. And so everybody keeps creeping up. All right. Everybody satisfied?
Move mine back.
I'm just watching the tokens keep moving around.
Looking at where Murdoch's at is, I don't know if you're going to be able to go through this area.
Yeah, that is rubble there, so that will not be good footing.
So you may want to be here. There, because even though it's partially there, it's partially okay. So you can actually, hey, wagon's back. We're in a fight. Unfortunately, it's a GURPS fight.
I see that. Wait.
All right.
That seems like a very similar room.
Yeah, I know, right? We were
almost like in reverse.
It's our imagination.
Slightly in reverse.
No, it isn't. It was totally different. All right. You guys are where you are. So for Mark's purposes, if you were to throw a buff spell on during the monologue, that would be okay. Since I expect that's what you would have wanted to do. And with that, we shall begin.
The
creature roars. Oh, the creature roars and he flips a table out of his way.
All right, so have to do a moving heroic charge thing. 3 there. And
all right. Well, he is very large, very aggressive. By the way, he is size mod +1.
So that is success by 9 then.
Not that helps you. All right, he is going to dodge successfully. Yeah, I'm not going to roll that again.
Since Leo does not have a clear line of sight, he's going to be somewhat cool, and he's going to use acrobatics to parkour, like kick off the wall, so that he can loose an arrow over his buddies' heads at this guy.
Ah, man, no. I don't know.
So, like,
there's a clear line. You just got to take a step forward.
See, the thing is, that's a longbow. That is a longbow. It's got about 150 pound draw. And
not a longbow, it's a composite.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, it's a composite longbow, isn't it?
I don't know. Is there such a thing?
Was it? So it was actually just composite bow out of the.
Yeah, composite bow.
Really? Okay. Were you using a longbow before? This is the new one? Really?
No. This was... Well, they were both composite bows.
Huh. Yeah, I guess they were.
So
well,
he just wants to use acrobatics to sort of kick off the wall to get some height. So while he's in the air, he's going to shoot.
Well, since you're using a composite bow, what that means, since it's not a longbow, that means it's like a Turkish bow, which means it's shorter. It is a really strong pull, but you can get away with a little more shenanigans. So I guess I will allow that acrobatic movement as part of a move. And so you'll be doing a move and attack.
And Leo is kind of expecting the arrow to return. So he'll be doing a flip in the air to land on his feet.
Well, the acrobatics you've already done will count as an acrobatic dodge. Also, should it come up.
All right, so Leo is going to be shooting for the foot of this thing. He wants to bring it down. Does it look to have any sort of armor?
Well, not specifically, but its skin looks kind of hard.
Okay.
You would not be surprised if it were armored somehow.
Even with lots of penalties, that's still going to hit.
That is quite a bit. All right.
He's basically got Legolas's bow from the movies. The bow of the Galadriel.
Maybe. Yeah, I could see that. That one's probably short enough to count. All right. Let's see. So the question is he in a state where he could do anything with that? He did
He's
a dodge.
He's going to catch your arrow. Yes, that is
right.
correct, Mark. He downed his potion and transformed into a monster.
It is exactly that, yes. Since I'm never going to get to do this again, and you'll probably fail anyway. Oh my God, he almost made it.
Oh man, catch arrow.
This is a pretty badass. Well, he is a monk, I guess.
Well, not that kind of monk.
That's where the GM should have his own plot points for rule of cool.
Sometimes, man. Sometimes. But, I can just lie.
All right, so that's piercing to the foot.
Right, so...
pinning it to the table, or whatever it is on the ground there.
So, DR rounds up, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, and all right. So, he yelps in pain at that, but he is not, he does not seem to be hindered by it.
Well, I'm about to get war here, guys.
Let's see, that was that much.
He's going to hit me. I'm going to go flying across the cave in that direction.
All right, yeah. Time for me to actually do some damage to somebody, because I never get to do damage to anybody except occasionally make you. So I'm going to give it a shot.
It's a job.
Well, I'm going to try to block it.
He's just going to give it a big old swing, not at anything in particular, just to hammer it. And he is going to hit. It was not the hardest thing to block, but it hit that shield. What's your cover, DR?
I don't know.
What kind of shield is it?
medium.
Does your block include your
heavy is
DB?
9.
Yeah, it's normally my block is normally 11 plus 2 is 3 or 13.
So that will be shield damage.
Yeah, which is why I was asking. Okay, and your strength is way higher than that. So, you felt that shield almost give a little, and that hit really hard.
Yep, I have a heavy medium shield myself. Mine's fine and balanced. It's not cover DR is 9, hit points 20.
Yeah, 9's pretty normal, I think, for mediums.
So to get up there and attack, it's a heroic charge.
Or a move and attack if you're willing to take the penalties.
I'll do a heroic charge. So that's a fatigue point, right?
Uh-huh.
I
Actually, would that be a flanking attack?
have to get over that
No.
table.
He knocked the table away.
Right, but not all the way away. You will still have to go through the
So
rubble there.
That's fine. I can
That
get
is
there.
fine.
Okay.
What you got?
That's what I'm working on. Give me a moment.
This is where the beast needs whirlwind attack and just slam, or does a sweep and knocks them both over.
Well, the two of us are not weak.
Aiden is in this too.
Sorry, what?
Aiden's in this.
He is.
He's mostly being useless NC though. He's
I am doing a deceptive
hands on his
minus deceptive attack 1.
Right, gotcha. Right. Well, he's not gone all out or anything, so I'll give him the good old retreat. Where's my stuff? Oh, damn, I'm going to pay for that. It's another miss by 1.
So I hit.
Yeah, you hit. God help me.
Bratwurst, get some blood.
Way to go, Bratwurst.
Yay, Bratwurst.
All right, and that was no target, so torso.
That's a cut. You won't get vitals.
Yep. All right. Let's see. Counting numbers.
And it is the armored divisor.
Yeah,
so
I gotcha.
DR is reduced by half.
That's going to be that. And it's cutting, so it's that. Wow. That really freaking hurt.
Is it a major wound?
Wow. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be like that, huh?
I have a terrible mental image of Dustin is going to roll a 18 on that thing, and he's going to nail one of the PCs in the back.
Skip
with
Brother
the ice
Getwell, so you might want to go back to him.
Oops.
Unskip him.
Well, that was his fault.
Well, I guess I'm just gonna move up.
Whoa, he can enlarge and decrease.
I know, right? Special abilities.
Don't forget size mod 1. I feel like I need some kind of marker for size mod 1. I always forget that.
That's
Besides, now I'm out of line of sight for Dustin to shoot.
Is that section there? Is that passable, or is that just like absolute rebel filled?
It is rubble.
Rubble.
If you're gonna cross through there, it'll be 2 times number
You
of
should
hexes.
just shoot, because right now, if you hit a PC, it's going or an ally, it's going to be Aiden.
And we don't want him stealing the.
Would there be minuses?
You're shooting through 2 targets, so the thing's going to get cover.
Yes.
Okay, then I will.
Yeah, you could. Going up there is not a bad idea since you're not trying to maneuver. You're just trying to get up there and then go zap.
And you could do just a large step up on there, burn a fatigue point, and then throw your weapon.
Yeah, technically.
Yeah, large step right there, and then
Giant step.
whatever.
Yeah.
Wibbly wobbly, whatever.
Alrighty, I will do that, and I will chuck.
Oh God, he's gonna hit me in the back.
He is gonna hit you in the back.
1 second.
This is gonna be hysterical. I'm totally gonna crack up if he rolls an 18.
It's gonna say max damage for 2 rounds, but instead it was actually it's the same either way. So here we go. Hey,
he didn't roll an 18. So I guess that's
all right.
that.
Let's see. So
he's stunned.
I am not in a particularly good place here.
Can't retreat. Already retreated.
That's true. I didn't parry
Stunned
yet.
it. -4 on act defenses, though. Yeah, you did.
parried a missile weapon.
You tried to the missile weapon.
That was
parried a missile
before
weapon.
he went. That was before he went.
Oh, yeah, that is before he went.
But that is not going to work out too well. Yeah,
Again,
I don't.
Nice dagger to the hand.
I don't have a lot of options here. I'm going to have to parry, but no, actually, if I have to parry, at -4 for that. Well, I'm going to have to be -4 to dodge too. Yeah, that's all I got. Well, this is going to suck, or I'm going to roll a 4.
Roll a 4. Roll a. Okay.
Who the hell knows?
What?
you know how much fatigue costs me to chuck one of these, especially after a
No,
windstorm.
it wasn't a 4. But if
It
I
was
weren't
still failed.
stunned, I would have made it.
Hey, I will take it.
But you're stunned, so you didn't make it.
Oh, that wasn't supposed to be dodge. Yeah, that was supposed to be parry. Well, never mind. It still failed. Well, shit. Okay.
And since it was center mass,
If it was center mass, you don't have to roll hit location.
oh, that's my bad. Yep. Words.
Well, you got him in the right leg, thigh.
Well, no, I went center mass, and that was a mistake on my part.
You already rolled.
Wrong roll. That doesn't count. Okay.
That's unfair.
It's gonna be. Ugh.
You'll need to roll your effect for the chest.
Ah. I don't suppose I can Benny that.
Technically, you can. It is a
Okay.
die roll.
Masterman Nor reminded me to study anatomy before I left, and I learned that the heart is an inch below where I thought it was, so I went for that spot.
Okay, that's technically not a Benny, that's a plot point, but you can use a plot point that way too, so... God damn it.
Oh yeah, that would be a vital strike.
Some bitch.
Impaling.
I heard a lot.
All right, well, let's see. I got some other stuff to roll here. 1. No, that's all right. Now, that is going to be -5. 2. We made that one. Well, hell, he's still standing. And technically he was already stunned. Yeah, you smacked him good.
You do knockdown roll for vitals. -5.
Yeah. However, as much damage as that did, that still is not enough to knock him down. As
It
in,
needs
knock
to
back.
hit us with a bless.
Well, he was, I think he's going to stick with the plan I already had him on, and that he was going to cast Flame Blade, because that's kind of his thing.
So his sword catches on fire.
He cuts his hand on the sword, and the blood catches fire up the blade. And I should have skipped him.
All right. So seeing that this dude is reeling, I am actually going to do the all-out determined.
And this is
No,
where...
wait, not determined.
This is where my badass boss just crumples like a freaking lawn chair. So, standard whack to the sternum.
Yes, but this is using the pick side. So.
Okay. Well, that could suck. Yeah, and I'm still, yeah. Well, this time I'm stuck with the dodge.
He could dodge. Could roll on a 3 because I know how that works.
No, he has to roll a 1.
I thought a 3
Which he
was
will
always
not.
successful.
It is, but by the amount he has to roll a 1. Let's say, give me the damage. Oh wait, that was
7.
All right, and that is.
Sorry. It's gonna be 9 because remember I said I was doing all out, but I did not. It's not melee; it's the strong.
So that is armor piercing.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Damn it. So that's gonna be.
It's only divisor at 2.
Okay, and that is gonna be another one of those, which he will not fail. And another one of those, which he will fail, but it's kind of pointless because he's already stunned. You guys are making me feel bad.
So if he's already stunned and he fails stun again, does that mean that he doesn't get a roll to come out of stun?
No.
When it is his turn?
No. It doesn't matter how many times you get stunned in 1 second, you'll get your chance to come out of it on the next round.
So the odds are just barely in Leo's favor.
Are
They're
they?
supposed to be ever in your favor.
You got some other rolls to make first.
I have no nuisance roll.
On what? So that only applies to one thing.
So I've got it for the fast draw and my bow roll.
You have it twice?
Yes.
So you actually picked up two perks. No nuisance rolls.
No nuisance rolls bow, no nuisance rolls fast draw.
Okay, I think with the penalties, you're still, I think you're below 16. I think you have to have an effective skill of 16 when you make that shot, though.
What?
Let me try that again with words. In order to qualify for the no nuisance rolls, the effective skill has to be 16 plus, if I recall correctly.
All right, so
now you had heroic archer doesn't change the rapid strike.
No, but my bow skill is 19. But I have weapon bond, which would take that to 20. So my bow roll will be at 16. My fast draw is at 19, but his is not penalized.
Why is the bow roll at 16?
Because of the -4 for the heroic,
wasn't it?
Heroic, gotcha.
Point of order, I'm looking at perks, no nuisance rolls. All it says is requisite attribute or skill at 16 plus, not effective skill. Just attribute or skill at 16 plus.
Well, okay.
Yeah, but heroic archer reduces the rapid strike to -3 in any case.
I legitimately didn't
That's
know
what
about the
I asked
16 plus.
that, and you said no. Okay.
So, yeah.
All right. So, I guess that's valid. I would have liked to have known you were going to do that beforehand, but
now he's Crow.
All right. Well, where did you shoot him?
In the
eye, but that's a miss.
So
By
he
one.
hits him in the face?
Is it face for that?
I don't know.
It's missed by one. Is hit either the face or the torso, but
I got it. Hold on.
Let me just make sure I've included everything. Accuracy. All out. Size modifier was 1.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that again. Didn't matter. I hit him anyway.
It has yet to matter.
Is there people wanting to kill him?
What?
Is there people wanting to kill him? Because I can spend a Benny to get the +1.
Oh, go right ahead.
Entirely up to you.
Let's see. I
would figure it was either hit the skull or the face.
No,
penalty is a -9, cripple. Otherwise, skull. Wait, no. That's weird. Like ear, missed by 1 hit chest. Nose, missed by 1 hit chest. Jaw, missed by 1 hit chest. Spine, missed by 1 hit chest. Neck, missed by 1. Neck artery, hit neck. You know what doesn't have one of those? Eye.
Okay. Not to drag this out.
Yeah, Leo's not going to spend a Benny.
Skull. Where the hell's the eye? 1, 2. And attack by 1 hits the torso instead.
Oh, there it is.
Huh. Torso it is.
Have there.
That seems really odd.
It's weird like that.
Torso is really far away from the eye.
Well, especially when like neck vein, neck artery, missed by 1, hits neck.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think it would hit the head at least, but no, they kind of treat everything missed by one as torso instead of special effects, so it's consistent with the rest of them for the most part, with the exception of the arteries, which were added later, and I wouldn't doubt would be different. So, yeah, he was not. It was virtually impossible for him to dodge that, so he did not. Bastards. Should have gave him extra friggin' defense or something. Wow. That was a crappy roll. And because it's armor piercing, it still gets friggin' through. That's going to be... Yeah. That's going to be 2 points.
And he's going to turn around and
Which will
smack
not cross
me.
a threshold. Well, that's assuming he comes out of stun. So, and actually, because he has to come out of stun, even if he succeeds, which he does, he is no longer stunned. Not that that's going to help.
That's all he can do. Shiny. It's what he gets for tampering with evil magic crap.
Greatest success is very short-lived.
Yep, and Murdoch is about to ask him a question.
This will just
Feed
be
him some bratwurst.
This will be a random strike.
Roger, random.
You random weirdos.
So they're going to end up cutting off his hand or something.
No, it's going to be his big toe.
I really wanted to hurt one of you.
Design your bad guys better.
No, it's the GURPS problem.
He was awesome.
It's the GURPS problem. It's like, you know,
Was he,
like
No,
D&D.
it's yeah. No, there's a well-known GURPS issue when it comes to having multiple PCs hitting on a single target. It's just death for that single target, unlike D&D, which they actually have a chance somehow. Okay, well, he's doing deceptive.
Should have given him minions.
Yeah, well, you successfully got rid of any minions.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
Yeah, you weren't here for that.
Daniel likes skill challenges.
Right. So, defense. You can actually potentially dodge this. So he's gonna do the same thing, retreating dodge, because he's about to die.
Oh, his dodge is going to be half though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not gonna help that much. Crap. He can't parry that.
Does that mean he has to make a health roll? He's now no longer doing nothing.
Not for defense, I don't think.
Did I hit him?
Yes.
Yes. Not that it'll matter.
Come on, big toe, big toe, big toe.
I came out of stun.
Oop,
yeah, I don't think.
I think you're about to take his leg off.
I don't think you make those rolls until it's your turn. That could have been stronger. Not that it would probably help. So that's going to be how much? And that is to the leg.
The shin.
The shin.
He's about to cut that leg right off. Well, probably not, actually.
Well, it's a DR reducer by 2, so.
Okay, well, as hard as you hit that leg, it did not come off. However,
it might be crippled.
No, it was not enough to cripple.
Wow.
However, it was enough to push him over another death threshold, which he failed this time.
Nice.
So I did the killing blow.
And he crashes back into that table full of alchemical materials, and stuff goes everywhere.
One of us mutate into the Spider-Man.
No, you do not. Good God, that's the last thing I need is to give you people superpowers.
Bratner has succeeded in taking down a demon.
Yay, Bratwurst.
Yay, bratwurst.
It is a truly legendary weapon.
Yeah, that I still believe that roll doesn't occur until it's your turn. In which case he would have made that roll, or had to make that roll.
What roll?
When it came around. The stay conscious roll. Because he made a defense. All right, well, yeah, so you beat that creature in 2 seconds into a pulp. It was not easy, given how hard you were hitting the damn thing, but it did go down. And at some seconds into it, as the lights go out in its eyes, it regresses back into the monk.
I'm totally going to look at Aiden with an apologetic look and say, he gave us no option or no choice. I'm sorry.
And he looks at you and says, yeah, I know. Would have liked to have taken him alive.
How much time do we got?
What do you mean?
I want to search the place for stuff.
Of course you do.
Well, did he fail his health roll by more than 2?
Yes.
Then he's not mortally wounded.
Yep.
He's dead.
Yeah, it would have been better if he'd made it a little closer. He could have given his last second speech, but no, he's his heart is stopped. It's done, and especially after the formula wears off, and all his physical bits go back to normal, and he's just kind of limp.
Well, in D&D, when you polymorphed and you changed back, you actually healed.
Yeah, not if you die.
Right.
He can technically have a dying action. He's a boss.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, but you're not GM. You don't tell me what to do.
Unless, of course, this is South Park and he begins to explosive diarrhea all over the place.
No. I will.
You will?
Got something on my button. He will, before he fully expires, as he's reverted into human form. So his lights didn't go out immediately. It took a couple of seconds. And he sort of lets out a, "What have I done?" And then his lights go out.
Well, Kenrick is going to retreat to the mouth of the cave to cover in case any of the mercs are still loitering, so they don't come in and stab my squishy PCs to death.
So, post-fight, those were mercenaries. They're not just schmoes. They will probably come back after the storm is over. And the storm is over. So you can expect them to return. Since somebody was asking about time.
Well, I still want to search.
Leo will gather his notes.
Say again?
Leo's going to go to the tables and gather his notes, and he'll say, "We should probably collect these and take them with us."
You
Need
don't
to
want
take
anyone
him back
getting.
as well.
Honestly, it's probably best just to, get rid of whatever's here so that no one can replicate his work.
Oh, good. I can use my fire stick after I do the searching to burn the place down.
Right.
Dustin
Well, if we're
can
gonna
just cast a spell for that.
Yeah, but he's got a shit for it.
And Aiden's got a flaming sword right now.
So it'll be multiple of them that will be setting fires all around.
And at the suggestion, Aiden is going to say, I think we should destroy it.
We probably need to take.
I'll lift him up over my shoulder. I got strength of 12.
I was gonna do that if nobody else was, and we can carry him back.
So the question to the group is: are you going to rush it and get out of here, or are you going to linger?
I am going to I will be helping to burn stuff down, but I am also going to be searching for any little things I can put in my pockets.
Okay, you can do an instantaneous search, and if you see something, you can grab it.
I did 0. I succeeded by 0.
All right.
Leo will be grabbing obvious notes.
All right, so Leo is grabbing papers
and stuff like that. Because we want
there's a lot flying around the room since there were tables tossed and that sort of thing, but you can gather what you can within a minute or so, which gives Murdoch about a minute or so to actually identify potentially valuable thing. And there are some potentially valuable things around here. And Getwell and Sir Kenrick were going to hoist the body and take it with them.
Yeah. I figure if nothing else, it'd be appropriate for Aiden to like. He said earlier that this dude was like his old friend, so probably wants to like bury him or something.
Looking around, can Leo see anything obviously magical?
No, the magic sense doesn't quite work that way. You have to handle stuff.
You get
aura sight.
No, you can see when you see an object, you can sense whether it's magical, and you get a second roll when you touch it.
What about the mirror? Mirror help detect magical items?
Murdoch has no idea about that.
Really interesting question.
Dustin is impulsive. Would he potentially try to use the mirror to find magical stuff?
No playing other people's characters.
Yeah, no, I don't think he would. I don't think it comes to mind. From what he knows, it reveals the truth of things, if I remember correctly, but I don't think he'd think of that in this moment.
But he's
out of everybody here, Dustin has actually researched that mirror, and he doesn't think that's what it does. Now, as far as the mage sense goes, I did read up on that somewhat recently, and I remember that only certain items are actually going to show up on that, like permanent magical items, as opposed to magical effects on things and that sort of thing.
Yeah, that's
having said that,
enchanted items,
which I don't think changes anything for you. And no, you don't see anything in here that registers to you as enchanted in that way, with the exception of stuff that PCs are already carrying. I don't think alchemy counts as magic in that sense. If it does, then you're reading the alchemy.
Dustin, if he wanted to, could do an alchemy roll and potentially pick up anything on the way out.
The other question I was getting to Dustin because Dustin hasn't said what he's doing.
Because he's too damn quiet.
Or I didn't
Speak up.
Yeah, you didn't hear. I was going to grab notes as well.
Okay, so you're helping
contribute to the note grabbing.
All right, so grabbing notes, grabbing the body. Murdoch is grabbing whatever looks like gold. And,
anything that I think is of value.
And then you guys are going to bugger off. So,
where is the nearest actual lord to this? Because I'm definitely going to have to report the presence of the mercenaries.
okay, so
Probably Abbott then.
for starters, Aiden is going to say we need to get Brother Tonik back to the Abbey. And to your question, the local authority in this area is the Abbey. However, it falls under the county of Parochia, which is ruled by the Archvicar.
Oh, right. He's an ass.
Hey,
you have no reason to believe that these guys were hired by him in any way, but then again, he was sending our men back here, so somebody might think that.
question. On the way out, can Murdoch drag the mercenary that he killed with him?
Nope.
Man, you are
That's
playing
really
up the
going to be
creek.
pushing it.
Well, as evidence that there is a mercenary camp back here. This is proof. Dead body.
Yeah, a body of a guy in armor is really not going to prove anything to anyone.
But I can still
That's
take his stuff.
That's reasonable, but no. Nothing on him is portable enough that you would be able to grab it in time to get out of here before they come back.
That's why I just grabbed the body.
You probably think
I
about
have
it
a
for a
strength
minute.
14. I just throw him over my shoulder and lumber.
You have a lifting strength of 16. All right.
Grab him now, loot him later.
You grab a helmet to put whatever you grabbed in. The helmet's worth probably a couple of hundred GURPS.
Really?
Yeah. Light plate. Pot helm.
That'll work.
It's worth 800 GURPS. Hot helm is.
The ones I had were 220, I believe.
Okay.
I don't know why. Yours is different, but whatever.
Probably the basic one.
That may be true. Okay, so you guys bugger off. Trailing Murdoch as he's grabbing shit.
No time for that.
And you head back to the Abbey? Question mark.
Yes, we'll pause and let the squatters know they may need to clear out because the mercs are there.
Okay, so you'll go back to the forest community first.
That's en route. Yeah, we have to pick
it's
up
not.
horses.
Well, that's horses. It's not necessarily en route, but near enough. Poppy is going to see Brother Tonik.
We'll wrap him up in a cloak forehand.
Okay, you hide Brother Tonik, so Poppy doesn't see him. You are not going to inform her of his passing then.
I don't know if that's necessarily true, but I also don't know because Kenrick's not particularly keen on leaving these orphans out here in the middle of nowhere. So he may come back here afterwards.
Okay, well, so you are going to inform John Doe False Name that Brother Tonik didn't make it.
Yes.
He will be
Regrettably,
saddened by this.
The chemical stuff contaminated his mind and drove him mad.
Mad.
And he's like, he at first he's kind of really disappointed, and then after that he realizes somebody's got a puppy, and he's extra disappointed.
I may
That
end
poor
up
girl.
asking how many orphans are there here
At any given time,
currently?
total population here is maybe 30 people. There's not that many. There are quite a few kids here. 4 or 5 of them are at least are going to have been orphans from other camps. So half a dozen.
I have to work with the abbot about that.
Hey, I'm back.
You can't, can you? All right. Well,
Can't what?
He
Not
can't.
do
He
it,
can't
Ben.
not do that. So they have been informed now and are saddened by the information. You are continuing on then to the Abbey. Question mark.
Yes, we'd continue on to the Abbey. Did you hear me?
Yeah, the my fantasy grounds is being silly. Okay, so you go back and you are greeted at the gate by a surprised monk. You are, yeah, it's still evening, or yeah, it is well into the evening when you arrive at the Abbey. You will be greeted at the gate and allowed in, and the monk there will ask, who is that?
I have no reason not to tell him. It's your
You
brother
tell him
Tonik.
that his brother Tonik has passed, and
Long live
he will
Brother Tonik.
he will say
Regrettably,
he will point you to the guy upstairs that can go fetch the abbot and let
well, if
him
it's
know,
late, we can probably let the abbot know in the morning.
and tell you where to take the body. They do have an infirmary. So you take the body to the infirmary. In the morning, Brother Abbot will come fetch you guys and let you know that they plan to have a service and see to his burial.
I'm going to inquire about if there's anything that the abbey can do about the orphans out there.
He will say that generally when we find orphans out there, if they're not taken in by the community, that they will take them either to a home in Pennywick or on to an orphanage in Proudchurch.
I will mention that there's a fund available that they can requisition funding for them back in the capital that I set up.
Oh, yeah.
I vaguely remember you talking about that.
He spent all of his money.
All my winnings.
Right.
My significant amount of winnings on that.
And he will...
being an orphan sucks.
And he will take that. So obviously he's not going to take it out of thin air. He'll So you're pointing out that there are a number of orphans in that camp and that you'd like the church to see to them. He will agree to do that, and he will agree to use some of your fund to handle that transition. Now, knowing that there's going to be a service, would you like to inform anyone else that there's going to be a service for Brother Tonik?
Yes.
People, first camp.
if the abbot will not be terribly worried, if he's okay with it.
He will say that if there are those among them who wish to attend his memorial, he will allow them in.
Make sure he knows no one's arresting them at the moment.
Indeed.
And that we will send, if we have to, we will provide them protection.
That'll be fun.
So, long story short, there is an emotional service later at which Poppy is present, and she holds the corpse's hand for a long time. It's very sad.
So sad.
I'm not
And-
crying. You're crying.
And thus, the company of the Bere returned to the capital with a nagging feeling of unease about the future. All right. So, side note, you guys will be allowed to stay at the Abbey as long as you need to, if you want to wrap things up here. Otherwise, you guys can continue on home. I am wondering, A, if you intend to stay any longer, and B, if you intend to go back through Stagwood Castle on the way back.
I tend to lean towards wanting to do that.
Both?
Well, at least going through Stagwood. What is it, Huntsley?
Yeah.
Are we going to be spending the night at the Abbey before we head out, or are we heading out now?
Yeah, I don't see why we wouldn't necessarily at least spend a night there.
Okay.
Maybe discuss with the locals. Try to figure out something for something more for the orphans, because
Right. Okay.
heartstrings are tugged and all that.
So just kind of playing out Murdoch a little bit. He's not
He's an
going
asshole,
to be
right?
No, he's not going to be stealing anything, but he's going to be
Yeah.
scrounging for something that will be of use from the Abbey.
That's
whatever
called
it may be.
theft, and
No,
you usually
no.
lose a hand with that.
It's only theft if he doesn't ask for it and isn't granted it.
Well, it says this is the ability to find, salvage, or improvise useful items that
No.
others can't locate. Each attempt takes an hour. You do not necessarily steal your booty.
That's not really how scrounging works here. You're
Okay.
looking for something.
Or
So,
search.
The way I expect that skill to be used is I need a hammer right now. I want to scrounge a hammer because I don't have a hammer. And so you will find something with scrounging that'll work for that purpose.
I need a valuable item right now. I'm going to scrounge.
If all
No,
you're
you
doing is
don't.
looking for stranded valuables, then you're probably not going to
That's
find
called
a whole lot
theft.
here. And that would be theft.
He wouldn't do that.
No, I don't think you would. Besides, you got money. Of course, you spend it.
I
but-
was 18 grand. Now I'm down to 3,000. So I got to get it back.
3,000 is
again.
a lot of damn money. All right. Well, anyway, one character point for Phil. This is the missing monk job.
Got it.
Benny's. Let's see. I don't know. What are you thinking, Benny's?
Well, definitely not to Mark, because he bailed on us.
I know, right? Right when we needed him the most.
You
Did
should
need
get a
you the
Benny
most.
for wanting to murder kids.
You can't give yourself a Benny.
Wanting to murder kids was reward enough.
Thinking about giving Dustin a Benny if he ever uses a different spell.
He did use a different spell. He used that water one, to clean out the
Yeah, that didn't count.
thing. Because somebody
That
else
didn't
came
count.
up with the idea.
I mean, in combat.
Fine, I'll spit acid on someone next time. There you go.
Spit acid.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's not jumping out at me either. Tell you what, I'll give everybody one.
Okay.
Given that
Don't
we
let
all
that-
get bennies,
Don't let that sound
we
like
should
that's
all do
that's a
nothing
pattern, though.
spectacular.
Well, think
That's
about
that's
so-
not how that works.
actually think about our skill challenge and how well it all kind of played together. So Leodin went out, scouted the area, observed all the guards' locations, came back, reported it to Sir Kenrick. He was able to use his tactics to say, hey, this is how we need to plan our attack. Murdoch took out the one guard that allowed Dustin to get in there and cast his spell.
See,
to
all
cause
that
mass
worked
chaos.
together to get you success in the mission that you were attempting right there.
Yes.
That's not over and above.
It's all good.
Question: what did you do with Tonik's papers?
That's a really
would
good
probably
question.
I'd be looking over them with Dustin,
Okay,
and
so
of course we'd probably turn
after
them in,
you review them, you
assuming
determine
that they're
that they
safe.
are, and you do actually see some familiar symbology to what you saw with Herb Mixon in the first episode. But other than that, what do you do with them after that? So you review them, you see what it is.
Knew his work.
Yep, perfect it, make it better. You know, I
So
want
I'm
to be
gonna
great.
have to kill
I want to be
both
smart
of my
Hulk.
wizards.
I want to
All
be
right,
smart
so-
Hulk.
Let me give you multiple choice then. Do you keep them? Do you give them to somebody? If you give them to somebody, who do you give them to?
Probably the Abbey itself.
Okay.
I don't.
Why
give it
would
to
we give it
Wizards
to the
Guild.
Abbey?
Can we
Because
trust? Can we
would
trust
be
anyone?
running, but we would be running the risk of the Abbey potentially doing the same thing that Brother Tonik did and getting tempted to make the potion themselves again, and someone else.
That's
wanted to help.
ridiculous.
That would
I
never happen.
I recommend just destroying them.
I think we should keep
Sorry.
it
Or
ourselves.
Dustin and I can secretly keep them because we may be able to devise a antidote.
Up to you.
Or we take them back to the capital and we give them to the initial person that was doing the investigation with Herb.
No. Let's keep it for ourselves. Continue the
Oh.
work, and we will level up from the Heroes Guild to the Justice League.
Dustin needs to give me another impulsiveness roll minus whatever I said before. 4?
I think it was 4. You're right.
You're gonna get in
You
trouble
pull it
with
up.
your master.
Yeah, on the first job too.
All right.
Wow.
Well, he managed to focus for the rest of the journey, so he may actually get his work done. That's not Tolkien Dorvish. Okay. Is there any other bookkeeping that anybody can think
No
of
game
at the moment?
next week.
Other than no game next week. We get a much needed break. And then we move on to the final quarter.
Of 3.
So the
Nothing.
meteoric bullet for the sling, is that does that have any pluses to damage, or is it just standard, just able to penetrate magic?
It's just a rock. It just happens to be immune to magic.
which is weird. Even though it's immune to magic, yet it magically appears every time I
know,
wanna use
right?
it.
Yep. Wibbly wobbly.
Yeah, you try to explain that.
Yeah, you're trying to science magic. Doesn't work.
Nope.
All right, well, if you're watching this and you have questions, corrections, suggestions, or general hecklings, feel free to leave a comment here or find us on Discord. Thank you for watching. Olympus out.
Bye.